渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。やっしゃなら今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Ni Si,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Ni Si,
piu piu,
Đỗ Ni Si,
piu piu.
Đỗ Ni Si. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Ni Si.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1 2 3. Piu 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 piu, đừng piu.
Ok, bạn ơi, lên, 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 tới hết bà nè.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Minna! 内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。 力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。
せてやるよ。車輪ガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói các không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi,
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, Piu ơi, lùi đừng một cái ba. Piu 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 piu. Piu, đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên, lên. Lên, 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 lên bạn nè, lên bạn nè.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bạn bạn hết chúng đó đi anh em. Này tụi mày uống cao này.
Yeah! Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Minna! 内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ! 자, 第7班ここに復活だってばよ!
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Ni Si.
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
Tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Ni Si.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Ni Si.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Ni Si. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Ni Si.
Khoan! Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Tiêu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3, Tiêu, đừng Tiêu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 hết mà nè.
Cố lên các anh ơi.
Để giúp anh.
Bắn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày uống cao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
みんな、渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ、力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
俺に任せて。もらった。4代目ほかげを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói các bạn biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các bạn hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu,
Đỗ Messi,
piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1 cái 3, Piu, đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên 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 nè.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để em giúp anh.
Tàn tàn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này tụi mày quýnh tao này.
Yeah! Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
みんな内巻ナルトが帰ってきたぞ。クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
守るために私はもっと強くなる。今度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。
From the heart of Southeast Asia to the grand stage of global esports, welcome to a battlefield where dreams do come true, where one team will rise to represent Mekong at the Esports World Cup. My name's Shiro. With me here today is Gani. Is he going to be on this side? He is. And this is the NWI 2025 Mekong Qualifier. 6 team, 5 nations, 1 shot at glory. So grab your snacks, get comfy. We're in for a bumpy ride filled with flowers and rainbows because the road to Riyadh starts now. Man, Gani, we are in for a bumpy ride for sure. What do you think of all of this coming up?
Man, you know, I expect a lot of action and also a lot of dedication, right? You mentioned this is one of like the gateways to enter EWC, so I expect all of the teams here just give their best.
Yeah. To be honest though, 5 countries: Vietnam, Laos, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and Brunei. For all the audiences who have been living under a rock thus far, the Mekong region is basically the regions where the Mekong River actually cuts through and touches. So it is going to be it makes for an interesting dynamic between each of these countries. because it's I think it's the first time that most of these countries have met each other. Yes, they have met in other international tournaments, but right now it's slightly different. Today we'll be watching 3 teams going head to head. Me and Gani will be casting the group stages for today and tomorrow. For today, it's going to be VIRTUS.PRO, KK Esports, and ESB VALKYRIE, the only Bruneian team.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what will they bring, not just playstyle wise, draft wise, and let's see, will we see a lot of outplays today? Because I want to see, those type of plays coming from the ladies scene.
Yeah, let's take a look at the weekly match schedule. So we talked about today, but tomorrow will be the other group, Group B, and it's going to be Rise of Raven, which is 2R, so Rise Raven, I guess, from Timor-Leste. We also have RLG Vietnam, which are the VMC Queens Open 2025 runner-ups. And last but not least, we have Chonburi Esports from Thailand.
Yeah, I think some of them are familiar with each other already, but to be quite honest, a team from Timor-Leste, Rise of Raven, I've tried looking you guys up, but it's very hard. So yeah, I don't really know what to expect from some of the teams here. And I do believe that, yeah, some of them don't also have like little to zero records towards a couple of teams at least. Yeah, but today you mentioned already 3 matches in store.
Yeah, we're going to start off with VIRTUS.PRO versus KK Esports. And then for match 2, ESB VALKYRIE versus KK. And last but not least, VIRTUS.PRO versus ESB. So this is going to be quite an interesting, match for the entirety of today. Because it's going to be best of 3s. That means we're going to have that point system. And the top 2 teams will be seeded into the playoffs happening next week.
So practically one team will be eliminated early. Stakes high here from the get-go. And ladies and gentlemen, these are your 6 teams officially. All right, we mentioned it already. We touched on the format. Group A, Group B, 2 teams will advance, and playoffs will be happening next week. 1 slot will be the champion, and also have they qualify to the wild card MWI.
What's interesting to me is that I'm looking at the roster for the team's lineup, and it's not only the Mekong regions, the players from the Mekong regions. There are also Malaysians in the mix, there are Indonesians in the mix, and the Filipinos in the mix. Most notably in ESB VALKYRIE, VIRTUS.PRO, as well as RLG Vietnam. So how they build up that dynamic going through into the group stages in these 2 days will be super, super critical, because every one of these teams are going to be watching every one of the other teams' matches. But you don't want to be these 2 teams that are going to be dropping off out of the competition before even making it to the knockout stage. But this is the stakes. $1,000 USD plus 1 slot to the MWI wildcard. For second place, just half of that prize pool. No slots in the MWI wildcard. Third and fourth place will also get something to take home, $250 USD. For fifth and sixth place, unfortunately, though, they will be eliminated from the match and they will go home with nothing.
Yeah, so for the 2 teams that will be eliminated early from the group stages will be empty-handed. But if you advance to the next stage, then you're pocketing $250 USD. And of course, they're eyeing for the champion because they want to fight more for that MWI spot.
Yeah, we're coming into this match, and I do want to say that, this is my first time actually casting a Mobile Legends women's tournament. And I do want to see that the standard, the quality of the games coming through to the knockout stage would match those of the men, because these are queens and queens slay.
Yeah. Uh, it's going to be very exciting here at Churros. I just want to see more action. I just can't wait for the drafts, to be quite honest.
Yeah. To be honest, though, there's lots of stakes right here. Can't wait for the first match of the day. VIRTUS.PRO versus KK, which would be... Okay, so, fun fact. Actually, the VMC Queens Open 2025 champion. So, out of all of these 6 teams, VIRTUS.PRO is the one to watch, is the one who... that audience are actually rooting for to actually win the MWI wildcard slot. So a lot can happen, but I think VIRTUS.PRO has it in the bag so far, based on the statistics that they've been playing through.
I mean, statistics-wise, I agree. And you mentioned, right? VIRTUS.PRO is a team that is mixed. 3 Vietnamese, 2 Indonesian. You're right. We got the jungler and the gold laner being Indonesian, Starsoy and Liv. I want to see them unite with the Vietnamese, with Daisy, with Sa, with Kao. And yeah, you're right. VIRTUS.PRO is still up there, though they still have that, perhaps, potentially, that language barrier.
Yeah, to be honest though, I am not too worried about the language barrier because, I mean, we are Southeast Asians. We can understand each other. I've been learning for my Rs when I'm talking to the Indonesians, so I think that's going to be quite fun to see how the chemistry of these teams coming in. So, fun fact, VIRTUS.PRO, we talked about imports, and the imports are actually Indonesian. And we see Daisy, Starsoy, Sa, Liv, and Kao. Starsoy and Liv are both Indonesians, and they're playing in the jungler and the gold lane position. But the only difference is for the roam, it's going to be Vietnamese. So yeah, I do get you to a certain extent where the roam position is going to suffer a little bit in terms of like dictating the flow and the tempo of the game, as well as shot calling, making sure that the team plays according to plan. So what do you think is going to be, you know, the interesting dynamic between the girls team versus the guys team? Because for the guys, it's very, very simple because they pick up the language super fast, and they're able to communicate super effectively throughout a lot of the games. This happens when Kyrie actually came in to Onyx ID, and he picked up Indonesian super, super fast. So we'll see how this goes down. But what are your thoughts on this?
I think whether they like it or not, they need to at least have an understanding with each other, right? This, they need to have this mini shot calls. I have to say that they are on the same page, and I feel like, especially, just it seems a team or the teams that have that connection, they have an edge already. Not just an edge, they have a big edge towards being the champion. So they need to be united communication-wise, vision-wise. Execution will follow. And yeah, language barrier can be a problem, but if they have done their homework, they have worked together, they have this sort of understanding in the mini shot calls and the major shot calls, I'm sure the teams that are that have a mix, I think they can still come through. But let's see, all right, a team that is already within the same, let's say the Lao team, KK Esports, all from Laos, I think if they can be united, also they can have that edge. They need to exploit each other in a way. That's what I think, though, Churros, you know? That's what I think. And, well, what about you guys at home? All right, what do you guys think? We got a bit of a mix from ESB for Bruneian and also Malay. Ling, the gold laner, is from Malaysia. Based on our research and also based on the statistics here. And also we have VIRTUS.PRO, we mentioned earlier, right? 3 Vietnamese, 2 Indonesian. We got a team also from RLG Vietnam. 4 Vietnamese. There are 6 of them and 2 Filipinos. So, yeah, 2 from the Philippines. So it is going to be very interesting to see the dynamic from these teams who has not just one nationality within the team. I want to see them perform. I want to see them thrive. And this is, ladies and gentlemen, the platform to do so. All right. They need to survive the group stages. They need to survive the playoffs if they want a taste of the MWI wildcard stage. And perhaps that might be the only thing. Sometimes, the only thing that comes in your way is just yourself. It's you versus you. And it's the same with male. It's the same with female. I feel like it's the same. Sometimes the biggest opponent is not the enemy in front of you. It's yourself. Sometimes you doubt yourself. Sometimes you hesitate. And, sometimes it can lose you games. So just be sharp, man. Just be sharp is my advice for all the players and all of the coaches that will be going head to head. Yeah. So, yeah. What's that, Mr. Producer? I got a call. Oh, man. This is the video. KK Esports coming your way. Wow. We got Cindy Cats. We got Cat A Wap. We got New. We got Plat Wu. We got Sakura as well. And of course, a coach from KK Esports, a team from Laos.
Oh, wait. I know
on
him.
the other side. Oh, who?
That's from the XRSG. This XRSG.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it was either Oki or, man, I can't remember his name, but I've seen him before in Singapore. Dang. He's coaching now for the VIRTUS.PRO team. That's why they're making it. Oh, man. It's good to see a familiar face, though. He's Indonesian, by the way, Gani.
Wow. Okay. So that's why, because VIRTUS.PRO has a couple of Indonesian players, so I guess that's where he balanced things out. I would love to see, and we are gonna see it, the mix here in this first match, in our opening match.
Yeah. To be honest, though, this is going to be a very tight match for sure. But for VIRTUS.PRO, though, still statistically speaking, they're one of the top tier teams. But I'm actually looking at the roster because I'm pretty sure I remember him. I remember the coach for VIRTUS.PRO being in RSG Singapore. And to see him, coaching his own team and being from a player to a coach, he brings a whole new level of dimensions to that gameplay. He used to be that roam in RSG, but it is really
I think I know.
interesting.
Okay.
Lucian QT. Lucian QT.
Okay.
That's his name. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Lucian QT.
Yes.
Okay. Now it's coming to me. Lucian QT. And let's see his his coaching journey, right? As a coach, coaching female, not Indonesian team, by the way. And yeah, let's see. Hope for the best. But KK Esports, they're a team with all from Laos. So let's see. Will it be diversity or will it be unity, quote unquote?
Yeah. One thing that I want to be a little bit controversial about is the hero and the skill level between the guys and girls team. So what do you expect out of a girls team? Do you think that, I pretty much for sure think that girls are able to keep up with the boys' level of gameplay, but do you think the heroes are going to be the same? Will we see high mechanical heroes like Fannies coming through? Are you going to be seeing the high boosters coming through? I've been watching like the MWI qualifiers in NA, and I've been looking at Nicolette and her bringing out the assassins. So do you think it's going to be the same thing in the Mekong region? That's going to be spicy.
Yo, I think, there's a certain benchmark right towards the boys. And currently the meta is jungler, tank. We got the Boxes coming in, we get the Fredericks coming in. But with the girls, I still believe that they can pull off an assassin pick. And if they're really powerful with that hero, why the heck not? Right? If you are really that good, that confident with the Fannies, with the Hayabusas, man, yeah, go for it. Especially if their enemy's opponent, like the mid and the gold, is easier. If you have an assassin in your composition, pull it off. I believe they have a very high mechanic as well, and I do believe I
Mhm.
have met a female pro player on ranked games, and boy, yeah, does
Man.
it's just so good, man. Just so
We're
good.
on equal footing. We're on equal footing right now, though, because the I do have like my own team when I play, and I think sometimes the girls are better than boys. So we'll be able to see this come through. The only thing that speaks to me this point of time is that the girls are facing up against other girls, so it's going to be on equal footing. We won't see too high of a different gap as well. So hopefully everything pans out well. We'll be waiting for the teams to actually get in position. They'll be doing a little bit of a test for their ping, make sure everything's all ready. But in the meantime, though, man, oh man, just really excited to see how the meta is going to be shifted with the boys side and the girls side.
Hey, there you go. There we go. Churros, we are ready for the draft for game one. Ladies and gentlemen, it's KK Esports taking on VIRTUS.PRO. And just to remind you, it's going to be a best of 3. So they need at least 2 points to secure a dub. Seems like KK Esports, they have the blue side here, Churros. And they will ban the Mathilda. All right. VIRTUS.PRO seems like they will ban out the Kimmy here. Kimmy, understandable. Ladies and gentlemen, if in case you are not up to date with the current meta, Kimmy is very flexible. Can be put in the mid, can be put in the gold. I personally feel that the best position for this Kimmy is on the mid lane, just because rotation wise and also early game power is so strong, right? Level 1, you can poke your enemies, you can invade if the roam and the jungle composition is also strong, and that is why my coach at Roblox, he banned the Kimmy out in the first phase. Doesn't really want to take risks, but KK, okay, Chip and Chushin banned out here. Roblox, though, he responded with a Kalea, and let's see the one last ban for their side. What will it be? That's going to be the question here. Yeah. I mean, if you really think about it, I think there are a lot of prio heroes, and seems like that's going to be the answer, all right? It's a Jawhead. I see respect. I see the potential that the Jawhead can bring as well. But let's see. Destiny 1, what will be the first pick? For the first pick, right? We got the Fred, we got the Harith as well. And also, who am I missing here for their mid? Let's see. A lot of things going on. So let's figure this out. Let's figure this out. Okay, Phobius banned out. I mean, picked up.
So it's going to be the Gatot and the Harith being picked up right here against the Phobius. I think that kind of works for now. Pretty standard picks all across the all across the board. But the mid and the roam, I don't think they'll go for the mid and roam. They will secure the
Yep.
Suyo and the Hylos. Very, very strong pick off centric and reliable stunts coming in from the Hylos. I've seen that quite a bit. But then, okay, there is a particular mid lane that I'm thinking of right now could mitigate all of these tanks. Do you think what are you thinking? What I'm thinking, Donnie?
Am I thinking what you're thinking? Okay, there you go. Answered. Right, Xborg. One of the ways, I guess, if you got heroes that can hard engage, definitely one of the answers as well. But second phase, here we go. Churro, it's gonna be the Sicilian band out.
Sicilian, I think Valir might be possible. I've seen it played by Super Friends in NPLPH. So that's going to be quite a risky pick, if I could say so myself. It's difficult for the Suyo to get into the back line if the Valir is picked up, but I think that would be a viable option. So the CC will be banned out just so that Phobius would have a winning lane up against either the Gacha or the X-Board. But man, I do like the draft coming up from VIRTUS.PRO. It kind of seems a little bit different because we don't really have the Boxia being picked up. We see this a lot in typical MPLs all across the board, but it's slightly different right now. But yeah.
It is slightly different than with the Granger band out here, Churros. Does this mean that they too want range? Yves is open, right? Yves is actually open, and I feel like it's a good answer. But okay, there you go. They picked it up, right? It's good, right? You can again just negate the power engage from that Phobius and the high loss with the slow that Yves has. And KK, quick response though.
Yep, coming in with the Aerithel. I think it makes for an easier lane in the early game, but in the late game though, it kind of looks like KK wants to go in all ham, all guns a-blazing with a death ball. You start off with the Glorious Pathway. Suyo finds a flank to an angle. You have the Demonic Force coming into you, jumping up and down, and then the Heavy Crossbow just sweeps out all the rest of the opponents. But the Novaria, I don't really favor this because you need you have that vision though with the Astral Pulls and with the Star Shots, but I don't think it is a viable option right here. You're missing out quite a bit of damage. Then the Novaria has to be put on into a utility position.
Yeah, I do see your point, right? They're basically banking on the Aerithel to just deal the most damage there, and it's risky, with Novaria. Do you go full damage? Do you go utility? Especially against a Yves, it's going to be trickier. So yeah, let's just see the execution. Let's just see the builds. But all 10 heroes has been set for game 1, Churros.
So, man, coming into the fray, KK has a strategy that is sort of speaking to me like, okay, I want to just go in all guns a-blazing, all fight as 5 coming through. You got Suyo as late game offside insurance, but for the side of VIRTUS.PRO, it's all about zonal control. And I do see zonal control being used up in a lot of the pro teams across the Southeast Asian region. So hopefully this works out for VIRTUS.PRO because what they lack at that point, forgive me because I missed out on that last pick. Can't remember what it was, but it should be something that could have that could manage the late game split push from the offsides or from the long lanes. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, who are you favoring right now, Donnie?
You know what? Seeing the drafts, I gotta go the red side here. I really like the 5 composition heroes. I think that Yves will create a lot of controls during pokes and also big team fights. And I expect the Yves to just deliver. And that's why that Yves pick just won me. All right. I think that Yves pick is such a good pick. And let's see though, execution will that be delivered.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What about you?
We're just theory crafting at this point, but I do favor the side of KK as of now because it does look scary. It does look thick and intimidating. It'd be a little bit different from how they play around. It will be harder for the Harris to burst two tanks or two tanky, beefy boys like the Hylos and the Phobius in the early game. But give it some time, Harris becomes a monster in the late game. So I do see the late game potential, especially for VIRTUS.PRO, but in the early game, if KK plays their cards right, then I think they can take down the Vietnamese champions.
Okay. It does seem like though we have a small technical issue, ladies and gentlemen. No worries. The referees are on it, but yeah, I just want to see the 5v5s, man. Because now, especially with the boxes and the Freds, the fights can be longer, right? The meta, but with the Suyo, with the, let's say, Phobius Hylos, it does serve the same approach, right? You want to be tanky, you want to have that ultimate cycled already, so twice in a big fight. That's where MLBB really hits you, when you use your ult twice and one big team fight or one long team fight, that you're doing good. You're doing well.
There seems to be a controversy around Suyo picks because in the early game, Suyo pops off very fast and very heavy damage as well. But yeah, for VIRTUS.PRO though, they are more reliable, especially in the late game. The exports true damage and basically just that fire spray is able to just melt down these tanks in the late game, making Suyo a little bit inviable, especially finding a target when it keeps dashing around. So I do see why the Suyo is picked up. You want to manage the early game, but then again, jumping in, it's all about the execution. So VIRTUS.PRO versus KK Neo Esports. We got a Hayabusa as the last pick. We sort of missed that out. But man, gonna be a bit difficult for the Hayabusa in the early game just because you got to deal with two tanky boys. You got vision control by the Novaria. So VIRTUS.PRO, in all respects, could be able to win out in the early game, but give KK some time. The late game is gonna be disastrous for VP.
Let's say, ladies and gentlemen, so let's jump into the land of dawn and witness game one between VIRTUS.PRO and KK. Who will take it? You mentioned it, the Hayabusa is going to have a tricky time here, especially in the early game if the Phobius and the Hylos is able to perhaps do a mini invade and just be oppressive from the get-go, right? You got the Novaria spamming from the back, so let's see, will it happen or not? Okay, let's see here. For the first couple of minutes, first minute at least, and not a lot of action here from both teams, VIRTUS.PRO and KK. Top lane, though, we get to see KK perhaps doing a small bit of a gank, 2v1, but no, they will not commit. So the Hayabusa hasn't shown himself on the map, which, again, just ask a question, right, from the VIRTUS.PRO, where is this Hayabusa going? Is he going top or is he going bot? But it seems like the VIRTUS.PRO has cleared bot, so they are assuming at this point that it's top. Now they have confirmation that the Hayabusa is playing a little bit passively here. So now they can poke around Sakura the Gato Kacha. 4 seconds for the first turtle to spawn. It seems like setup-wise, VIRTUS.PRO has it in the bag. especially now Daisy with clearing the minion. Yeah, confirms, right? Level 4 Phoveus, you don't want to get in Phoveus's face if he's level 4, especially if you have that Hayabusa. And there you go. That's going to be the Hayabusa almost getting out there, but the Yve actually doesn't even have time to pop the flicker. He gets taken down. That's going to be the Hayabusa popping the shadow kill. Revitalize pop. AOG will not help Daisy. Sarsoy collecting the turtle though. 2 members, Daisy and Cal. They have to pay the price for that turtle. So KK, good recovery because the Hayabusa wasn't taken down, but they lost the neutral objective. And if you see the gold, not that bad. KK actually leading just by a couple of 100 gold there. So they have compensation here at Churros. First turtle goes to VIRTUS.PRO, but KK, they managed to punish Daisy and Cal for being too aggressive. Okay. Let's see. For the first 3 minutes, doesn't seem like there's much more action here. Both teams playing it slow. No neutral objectives on the board, so no need for extra fancy plays. And it seems like VIRTUS.PRO, they're rotating towards the bottom side here. It seems like Starstoy is covered not just by one member, but the Novaria Sa is also just covering the jungler. Let's see. Windtalker collected by the Irithel. Sakura good dodge. They're 4 minutes in, just the 3 kills in total from both teams. And seems like VIRTUS.PRO, they're stubborn. They want that gold lane win and live. Yeah, already half the gold plate covered there. KK playing it slow. Perhaps they might respond here. And a steal. There was an attempt, though. VIRTUS.PRO, they sniffed that one out. Good read there by Daisy, providing that information. Let's see. KK, what did they go for here? Do they go and attempt a steal? Or will VIRTUS.PRO just clean take it again? Bottom side, it's a 1v1 action though. Harith and Irithel, but that's going to be the glorious pathway popped. Irithel actually will solo kill almost the Harith, but that's going to be Syndicats taken down. That's also Cow out of the picture. 1-for-1. Cat a whap. That's going to be him, the Hayabusa, trying to find a kill on towards Novaria. Good flicker. No shadow this time from the Hayabusa. Good dodge. Barely survives, but Daisy finds an execution. And that's the Hayabusa going down there, Jiros.
Man, it's not a good look, especially for KK. You don't want to make these kinds of mistakes in the early match so far. But you know, VIRTUS.PRO has been target prioritizing really well. Look at the Phoveus 3-1-0. Even though he's got a kill in the early game, he's popping off. He's blocking out that back line. He's creating that pressure so that Hayabusa, so that Yve can't do much. So in this case, I think it's very, very it's very much interesting to how VIRTUS.PRO is actually playing that early game. But again, we talked about this in the draft. VIRTUS.PRO only shines in the early game. When they try to pop off in the late game, it might be a little bit different when the Harith comes into play.
That's going to be what they're hoping for, right, KK? What they need right now is just funnel the gold as much as possible towards Plateau. Because if the Harith gets online as soon as possible, then they have a chance to have a 4v4, to have a 5v5 where they perhaps might have a small advantage. And if you see at the current itemization here, Windtalker already collected almost towards his second item though, that Irithel, and
he's gonna be going for
one already in hand as well. That's the thing. Already
has claws
confirmed. Has
power
claws.
spike. So actually, in the gold lane, the Irithel was actually out farming, out sustaining this Harith, just because the rest of the VIRTUS.PRO team is giving the Irithel that pressure. But hold on,
Uh-oh, revitalize here. Sakura in trouble. AOG defensively, but that's going to be the X-Borg actually retreating without his Viraga armor. Mind you, the Hayabusa wasn't even on the picture yet. So, yeah, that was a good defense there from the side of KK.
Man, Liv is popping off. It's only 7 minutes into the game, seeping into the mid stage, but the damage is coming to seep through into the face of KK Neos. But in this case, it starts to break down a little bit. If they make any mistake whatsoever, right now they're 1,000 gold lead ahead. KK can always come back. They do have a late game draft. They do have the utility to win out in team fights after all.
They do, and it seems like VIRTUS.PRO, they will take their time as well here. They know they have the advantage slightly, and yeah, so it will be confirmed. All 3 turtles will go to the hands of the VIRTUS.PRO. No chance whatsoever. KK though, they're holding on. Now, Glorious Pathway popped. Real world manipulation also invested there from the side of New. That's gonna be Sakura jumping in though. The damage will be enough to take him down. 5v4 now, and that's not a good trade. Purple buff stolen. Big win for VIRTUS.PRO.
Dude, I'm laughing because like the AOG was actually blocked and stopped by the Phobia. So the Sakura was able to reposition the AOG on top of Sa, but luckily he went down before anything goes south. But that was such a funny play where Daisy was targeting onto the Gatakacha just to disrupt it. And Daisy's such a monster at this point.
Yeah.
Man, this Phobia's just blocking out that back line. They can't do anything. The Astro Echo is starting to hurt as well. KK on the defensive.
Yeah, this is not looking good here for the side of KK, where practically VIRTUS.PRO doubled their lead, right? It was just 1,000, a couple of thousand there, and now it's almost at 3, almost at 4 even. So they have doubled their lead here in just 2 minutes, and you can feel that KK, their rotation is limited. They can't really show around the map as VIRTUS.PRO, and it seems like they are looking for an engage actively.
Yeah, 30 seconds until the next Lord spawns up. Does look like Starsoy is starting to go as a one-man army. You got a Glorious Pathway laid down.
Oh, good. They just
taken care of. So in this case, I think for VIRTUS.PRO, they do have quite a bit of understanding of macro gameplay. Now that the turtle, the Lord, is coming up in 4 seconds, it doesn't look like KK wants to step foot out of their comfort zone within their own jungle. They still have the T2s up, so that is a little bit of a saving grace, but I don't think that they can afford to take this. One false move, one mistake, and VIRTUS.PRO is able to just clean out the competition.
Yeah, real world relation. Lord will go to the hands of Starsoy. AOG lands onto his cow. The damage though will not be enough to take him down. But on the other side, it's gonna be Liv just popping heads, gets the double, looking for the triple. Doesn't really find the right angle there, but Sakura will go down regardless. 3 members down and out, and the Lord falls to VIRTUS.PRO.
Oh man, nice little sever by Starsoy.
Guys, though, that's going to be the Shaman Force to win some damage. Will it be enough, though? That's going to be a big question. Enough to clear, but not enough to take anybody down. Great, I guess great just calmness there from the side of VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, 6,000 gold lead, and VIRTUS.PRO is not stopping here. They have the upper hand. They have the lead in the early game. They're making full use of it, and they're trying desperately to just push VIRTUS.PRO back. Starsoy taking a lot of damage though.
Uh-oh, that's going to be Daisy flickering out of danger, but he will fall because of New. Great lockdown there, and the Lord is still very much healthy. Marching to the bottom side, they need to take care of this.
Constellation Prize. Constellation Prize is everything. At least they take down all of the T2s. They can buy themselves a little bit more time because 30 seconds is where the Enhanced Lord actually comes through. You have the Holy Defense already popped by KK, so big dubs for VIRTUS.PRO. Right now, they can afford to wait. They can afford to be patient. They can afford to take care of the jungle. But look where Catawap is. He's on the offside, trying desperately to maintain and manage the waves so that KK stands a chance in this game.
Yeah, very good decision there by Catawap. They got the clear. Doesn't really want to be greedy there because no VIRTUS.PRO members are showing on the map, so he will recall. That's a spot there by VIRTUS.PRO. Deal seems like we're away. It's done. No Viraga armor means no lack insanity. Flicker will not help him. Black 2 will fall as well. AOG towards the back. Things are looking bad to worse for KK.
Not good. Not a good look if you're an export and a Harith easily able to just find them out. There's a lot of damage from Star Soy already. T3 on the bottom side taken care of by VIRTUS.PRO. That opens up a lot of huge advantages, a lot of nice little angles that they can break into as well. They'll take what they can, and it's time for a reset because the next little coming up in 20 seconds. KK is so far behind right now. 8,000 gold deficit for KK, for the Laos team. Is there any way that they can come back into this game?
You know what? I think as of now, the only way KK has a chance to just neutralize the situation is if VIRTUS.PRO overextends, if VIRTUS.PRO makes a blunder. And I mean, from their playing style, I don't see that happening. Very disciplined. And now they're eyeing on the objective. Liv is untouchable to us.
Yeah. A lot of these team fights, though, they're actually patiently waiting. Catawap trying to find an angle to steal up that Lord, but VIRTUS.PRO is too smart for that. You got to Echo to start things off.
Yeah. They want to fight, man. Seems like that too will fall. The connection, Liv. 3 hits like crazy, man. He's eyeing for that export. Gets the double. Sakura falls as well. Another 3-man slay by VIRTUS.PRO. And KK, just 2 men defending. VIRTUS.PRO, can they pull the offense off?
2 lanes crashing in. I don't think they're able to do it. VIRTUS.PRO.
They got it. They got it. Base 2 exposed. They got the whiteout too. VIRTUS.PRO claims game 1 in a domination fashion.
Man, dominant is an understatement. I thought that the early game was played very well. There were a little nice little crying emoji. I like to see like the trash talk between the girls because it's so tame. It's so different than how the boys actually do it, Gani.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, again.
Oh, she's Indonesian.
She does it again. She does it again.
That is how girls actually trash talk and how to maintain that aggression towards the opponent's teams. So that's awesome, bro.
What a showing.
Let's break the game down. Yeah. Let's break the game down though. Like I think it was from the early game, I think KK did have a shot, but the Laos team was playing a little bit too passively. When you leave Liv alone, that's a little bit tongue twister for you guys. Leave Liv alone, then that is just the duo finding angles onto the back line. VP Sa will be the MVP of this match with the Novaria 0013, but man, this doesn't tell the entire story of how things broke through, hitting all of the Astral Echoes, hitting the vision plays, giving intel to the rest of the team, and man, oh man, boy, oh boy, is she hard to find and take down. Even with the AOG, you can't land, you can't target yourself onto this Novaria.
Definitely not. And it was her, and I feel like not just her, but all 5 members, right? They did their part really well. You saw a big play multiple times from Liv. She was aggressive, Churros. She was in the front lines as an Irithel. Why? Because she knows, hey, I got the Haas Claws, I got the Windtalker. Might as well. Let's do some damage towards the backliners. And that's what she did. Find the right angle, finds the right connection, and she was able to deliver a lot of multiple targets, multiple damage as well. And Sa, yeah, you're right. He was the one who acted as a scout. What an execution from VIRTUS.PRO.
I felt like that last gameplay from the Hylos and Irithel, who was able to just find angles into the back line, immediately shuts down the Harith, that gets the whole ball rolling. They knew that Hayabusa was waiting in the brushes, so they know if like, okay, if I'm going to take this Lord, I don't want to risk it. Hayabusa is going to shadow in, take down that Lord, maybe a possible steal, and then we lose out. Let's just go for kills. Instead, we're using the Lord as bait. We're pulling them out of their base, and then it creates a lot of nice little angles for Liv to just burst down that back line. And once that back line is out, the frontliners don't even have damage to deal anything at all.
Definitely, and they know they exploited their gold lead, right? Hey, we have 8,000 gold lead. Why are we playing passive? Let's just find bodies, and that's what they did. You're right. They did fight, they win. They won without taking the second Lord, and what a domination. Just total domination in that first game. I wonder though, will they be able to replicate that exact domination for game 2?
Yeah, man, we'll actually have the answer for that question right after the break. So, you know, as the teams get reset, we'll get a little bit of a reset as well. We'll jump to a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. We'll see you soon.
See you.
Tôi nói cũng biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu Piu, Đỗ Messi, nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
Tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi.
Piu Piu,
Đỗ Messi.
Piu Piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3. Piu đừng Piu.
Ok bạn ơi, mà lên. Lên nhanh. Lên mana.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Giúp anh.
Bạn hết cùng đó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh tao này. Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Finita, Legend. Bốn anh em mình. Legend. Finita, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Utsumaki Naruto が帰ってきたぞ。力を貸してくれ。 しゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
And we are back with more MWI action. If you missed the first game, it was KK Esports versus VIRTUS.PRO, with VIRTUS.PRO showing us why they are the BMC Queens Open 2025 champion with an absolutely dominating, absolutely stunning fashion.
Yeah.
But man, do I have to say that after the game, and I saw, I think it was Sa who actually did the crying emote. I felt like, man, they tried to trash talk, but they were so tame doing it. It just made my heart just melt when I saw that.
Was kind of unexpected from my side as well. So seeing that, hey, keep being spicy, Saw. All right, VIRTUS.PRO. If you were able to win in that fashion, why not? All right, KK though. A lot of things to be covered, man. Game one, I guess a lot of hesitation, I feel like, Churros, happened from that game.
Yeah. So this is a pretty, I wouldn't say easy, but this group is going to be a very interesting kind of a rule to follow, because if VIRTUS.PRO takes a 2-0 game, they get 3 points, but if it's a 3-way tie, then we'll see game scores, game timing. So if it ever boils down to that, I think VIRTUS.PRO has it in the bag for this first game. We'll see how KK actually adapts and adjusts to how VIRTUS.PRO likes to play, especially in early game. And you never want to play an early game draft with an uber late game draft like they did in the first game. Hayabusa took too much time to pop off. Harith was a good pick, but was thwarted by the Hylos and the Phobias. It was so difficult for the Harith to deal any forms of damage whatsoever. But we're jumping into the draft for game number 2. We're starting off with the bans, and now the tides have shifted. KK with the first ban off the tables. It's Kimmy.
Will be Kimmy. It seems like it doesn't matter. Red side, blue side. KK, they do not like this Kimmy, right? I touched on the Kimmy earlier. So flexible, right? Gold lane, mid lane, you can put the Kimmy either or. And seems like for VP, also, they do not like the Jushin. They will ban it out.
Yeah. But it kind of speaks to me that VP wants to go for tanky frontliners, especially the Phobius in question, as well as the Hylos. And they do like to play these hard tanks to disrupt gameplay in the early game, soak up some damage for the backliners to deal some more burst damage in the major objective fights. So we'll be able to see a lot of zonal action happening in game number 2 right from the bat. And looks like KK actually read out the draft very well. They ban out the Harith as well as the Phobius. They don't want to deal with the Phobius. It's just so annoying.
It really was, especially game 1. Yeah, the Phobius caused a lot of problems, and seems like KK, they're not really comfortable in picking up the Phobius themselves as well. So you know what? What's the answer to that? Yeah, let's just ban it away. VP though, taking their time here for their last ban in the first phase. That will be the Matilda though. Yeah, so it will be 2 roam and 1 mid from the side of VIRTUS.PRO that will be banned out.
Kalea getting first pick as always. I think VP might be able to respond with either a Moskov and a Gatakacha if things go their way. At least they have some viability in the late game, and you have split push advantage. The issue with Kalea is they have to fight as 5. So if you want to put someone on the offside, then all 5 members have to come through as well. And typically you see the Gatakacha being picked off to disrupt the team fight in the Tsunami Slam coming up from the Kalea as well.
Yeah. So that power engage will definitely be a factor. But Virtus.PRO, man, they're cooking something here, churros. Luoyi and the Gatot Gacha.
Oh, I love the Loyi pick, Donnie. I don't want to tell you. I'm a big fan of how teams utilize that Loyi to for multiple dimensions of gameplay. Back in MPL SG, we see the Loyi just hunkering down and waiting, holding on to diversion play. Even with the diversion in question, you don't really use
Yeah.
it as much. But man, from KK side, responding with a Lucas and a Valentina, I totally forgot about the Lucas. Such a monster to deal with, such an annoying backline disruptor for
Yeah.
the side of VP. But the strong point is for Virtus.Pro is that you don't even have to deal with the Lucas if you use a diversion to get into the back line. And Lucas can't even find his target.
Yeah, so expect that sort of approach from both teams, right? The diversion for the flank, Lucas not knowing where to go, not knowing where to target. Let's see though, because technically, with the Valentina, we might see two diversion plays coming from KK as well. So yeah, that's going to be very interesting. Though the Valentina has another option. That's going to be the AOG, which also perhaps might allow, like, help them to find great fights.
Mm-hmm. Right now, I'm theory crafting for the Valentina for her ultimate. Like, what's the best cause of action? Do you want to take the diversion play so that you can counteract a backdoor play from the side of Virtus.Pro? But man, look at the draft though. I think Virtus.Pro banning out the Bruno, KK banning out Irithel, basically similar bans from the previous game. They definitely do not want Virtus.Pro to get their hands on comfort heroes that they did so
Yeah.
before. And both teams are actually just tunnel visioning on the gold laners.
Yeah, they want to limit as much as possible on that gold lane, though. VP, they understand that with the Kalea, with the Lucas, it's so durable, it's so sustainable. If they have another hero like the Khalid, it will be a mouthful for them. So it seems like they will just pan it out, right? They want to force this Kalea and the Lucas to, yay, enough. All right, you two, just be the tanky. Like figures. KK though, will they commit to a gold lane? No. So yeah, gold and EXP potentially, right? With the glue band out, will be the answer
Yeah.
for Roblox. Quick cancer though, it's gonna be Granger.
I mean, Granger kind of works well here because they banned out the only counter for the Granger, which is the Earthal. They don't have the Harith as well. Don't have the Bruno. So I think next best action all across the other regions, especially in Southeast Asia, would be the Moskov. I've always seen like the Moskov versus Granger kind of lineup, but Granger does have a winning lane. At least you have some form of late game insurance if you go for the Moskov instead. Then again, you have a lot of flexibility with the Lucas around. You could potentially pick up the CC over here, throw Lucas in the jungle, or throw Lucas in the EXP lane and pick up maybe a high booster for yourself just to disrupt the damage that Granger brings and try to go for that back line. But then it's a bit of a tight scuffle. They want to go for the 1-1 instead, though.
Yeah, so Suyo Jungle, Lucas EXP. Do I like this from KK? It's risky, but it does seem like it might work, right? With the 1-1, if, say, the two items that he needs to provide damage already secured, perhaps that might be a difference factor. But oh my goodness, the Hanzo.
Yeah. I actually love the Hanzo. Main target in question, the 1-1. Take her down, and I think the rest is history. Easier, I think much faster farm than the Suyo. You don't really need a jungle leash as well, but that means the X-Borg is going to the EXP lane instead.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't really like the 1-1 pick over here, just to answer your question and just try to, extend it a little bit. It's difficult for the 1-1 to pop the weakness points from the X-Borg. And even if she soars in the sky with the crossbow of Tang, it's difficult to break down the Firaga armor as well as take down the X-Borg, because that's going to be the main hero that's constantly in your face. But hey, draft the set. We're going into game number 2, Gani.
Let's see, all right? VIRTUS.PRO just needs one more game to secure a 2-0 clean sweep. Will it happen though with the Hanzo last pick? We have seen this interaction before. Hanzo into the diversion, and suddenly Hanzo is in your back line. So expect that sort of play style as well coming from VIRTUS.PRO in the second game.
Yeah. We're jumping in. I see a lot of interactions between the gold laners, and I think Liv definitely has the mechanics to maintain her lane priority on top of this 1-1. Definitely more difficult to hit, but VIRTUS.PRO, looking at the macro game, they definitely have a much better shot in the mid to late stages, because KK is very one-dimensional. They want to play team fights. They want to just go in with Lucas disrupting that back line and 1-1 dealing the damage. But it would be so much more harder if VIRTUS.PRO plays the diversions all across the map. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the second game between KK versus VIRTUS.PRO. VIRTUS.PRO one game away from clean sweeping this series. We'll see how this plays out.
Ramadan, here we go. All right, let's see more action. Karsoy played a splendid jungler earlier with the Suyo, and let's see her rocking the Hanzo practically, right? Will it be the same impact or will it not? New though, in a very peculiar situation, half HP.
Yeah. Looks like the Hanzo actually actively farming up both sides. Lethal Wonder will be secured by that Suyo. Catawap taking a little bit too much damage, but able to get out safe. But at the end of the day, though, it does look like VIRTUS.PRO is a little bit more proactive when it comes in.
Oh, cow. Very low. A little too close for comfort there. Both of the mid lane and the roam there. We need to recall, which allows KK to somehow perhaps create a play towards the bottom side, but no, they instead play passively.
I think Daisy definitely knows that they're coming for them. They want to alleviate the pressure off of that gold lane and make sure that Wu actually has a better shot in the early game lane-to-lane advantage. Sakura, though, taking out first blood.
No chance. No chance there. Either she wanted to save her flicker there. Oh, that's going to be another engage on towards New. Half HP. Good poke there. But yeah, New all good, right? With the regeneration, she is back to full HP. Now the turtle fight. This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, interesting is definitely an understatement because double assassins coming in on the bottom side.
All good in the hood, all good in the hood. Daisy no Baraga armor though. That's a pull by Sakura. Taunted. Ooh. That's a 2 damage coming. Pinnacle Ninja looking for targets. But that's going to be the Lucas actually connecting towards
backline Saw
going down. That's going to be Saw. Very low on mana as well. Still survives though. Cal not level 4. It's just one member taken out.
How is VIRTUS.PRO still alive? You got the backline hit from that Lucas as well, but now the Hanzo has better options. They want to go for a trade with the resources on top of the turtle. Starsword definitely knows that she can't reach the turtle in time, so best to just farm up all the way through. That's the issue when you have the Hanzo. Yes, they can join in these team fights, but it's not enough.
Not enough. Pinnacle Ninja looking for no. That's a stun. That's a flicker. AOG will lock Sakura down. And collect a kill with her ninja form. And that's going to be 3 kills already for the white bear.
Very counter-reactive is how VIRTUS.PRO likes to play around. So far, no critical core item power spikes available for either side. But the fact of the matter is, VIRTUS.PRO is taking the Tsunami Slams and turning it into team fights for themselves. New actually has the diversion on hand, so we'll see how the diversion actually plays out. And you talk about interesting in the next turtle fight, we'll be able to see both teams actually have diversion plays. But you know what's interesting for me? Is that Brave Smite being picked up by Sa diversion, coming through on the top side.
Oh, so lucky there. Unlucky to live. Top to Death Sonata. That's going to be Tsunami Slam on towards Cal. Oh,
got a whack.
isolated, and he goes down. Crossbow tang, no damages yet. AOG is still alive. No flicker this time, but that's a cover. Sakura sacrifices herself just to be taken down and save New. Another 2 kills on the board for VIRTUS.PRO.
0 kills so far for KK. Let's take a little replay. You get the diversion play, especially coming in from that Hanzo. But look at where he's going. You know that Hanzo is actually a very non-committal hero. You can just die, sacrifice yourself, and go back to your original body, making sure that he goes in for that kill. But woo! Right in the fray. Actually dodges that kill from the Hanzo. Just so creepy, so scary. Get out of my face, she says.
Yeah, lucky for Plateau. She wasn't taken down there. Starsoy very close to be solo killing, but Sakura will not survive. No flicker, almost there. Just 1 second on that cooldown. And let's see, Starsoy will take no time. 5 members already from VIRTUS.PRO on that turtle pit.
You can actually see diversion coming through, giving a little bit more information to give Liv an easier path all the way up top, but he's all alone. They're zoning it out. They might be able to take that T1 off of VIRTUS.PRO's hands. But the matter of fact is, look at Sakura's kills. 0, 5, and 0. VIRTUS.PRO is actually taking control of how Sakura wants to play around with the Tsunami Slams and turning it in against herself. Whenever Sakura comes in, VIRTUS.PRO takes her out and counter reacts with that gameplay. So very good call by VIRTUS.PRO. But this gives a lot of the other teammates a lot of alleviated pressure off of them to slowly pump up. Even though they're far behind, they are still in the game technically.
They are, right? Pinnacle Ninja on towards New, has the flicker, will not commit it just yet though. And the other side, AOG lands. That could be Lucas flickering out of danger. Last Insanity will not find a member. That's gonna be Daisy flickering out of danger as well. Saw. Oh! Damage will be enough to take Plateau down. Wow, Plateau, not the member you want to be taken down.
That we just walked directly next to the next to Catawap, if I remember correctly, and you get the yin yang reactions actually popping off. It's got a nice little trade on the bottom side.
The 1v1. Oh my goodness! Neither jungler willing to go down there. Catawap and as well as Starsoy will have the stalemate for now.
VIRTUS.PRO likes these kinds of situations where they cracked open the top T1 and the bottom T1. They are able to just play a little bit more patiently. Next turtle spawning up in 14 seconds, the last turtle of the game. But look at the bottom side though. Nice little diversion play by Saw.
Plateau, no chance, no 1-1 means green light for VIRTUS.PRO to fight. Daisy dealing a good amount of damage there. Pinnacle Ninja already committed by Starsoy, jumping in. The damage will not be enough to cause harm just yet. Great recovery there though. It will be a free turtle for VIRTUS.PRO.
You're translating all of the kills, the early kills onto Sakura into late game damage and late game target prioritization on the 1-1. AOG start things off.
Yeah, good 2-man AOG. That's gonna be Sakura and New locked down, taken down. Jungles, man. VIRTUS.PRO, minute 8, already in the jungle. Diversion solo with Kyle there, Sa and Kyle. Looking for an angle. Doesn't really find the connection, but the purple buff is free. That's the damage from the Luo Yi. Half HP for that 1-1.
So far, VIRTUS.PRO doesn't have any deaths whatsoever. They could have a perfect game if they play this right. 6,000 gold lead at this point. 80 seconds till the first lord of the game spawns up. And it doesn't look like VIRTUS.PRO is slowing down, taking care of that top lane T2 as well. Even with the Lucas, you can't get into the back line. You have to deal with the Hanzo chasing onto Cindy Cats.
Uh-oh, Lucas, where are you going? Good flicker there. Perfect timing, but Sakura jumping in back. That's gonna be Cindy Cats punished though by Liv. Sakura very low. Liv collects the double. It's all fine and dandy. Oh, they lost a tier 1 bottom side, but hey, they can afford to at this point.
Yep, diversion play. Where will they go? Oh, nice little bushwhack position over there by VIRTUS.PRO, but they wanted to ditch that side. Catawap getting taunted out.
All fine here for VIRTUS.PRO. The next objective will be the Lord, and that's not a good sign. 1-1 is trying hard here to farm and perhaps be a difference maker, but it seems like they struggled to find the right connection because of the gold lead and also just the heroes, right? The mini stuns, the Pinnacle Ninja, that last spit Hanzo. Yeah, that won the VIRTUS.PRO the game, I feel like.
Yeah. It's very quiet in the land of Dawn as of now, as both teams don't want to start off with the Lord as of yet. You want to make sure that the lanes are actually pushing in their favor first, but with the diversion play on hand by Saw, look at where they're going!
Oh, Sakura, you could have known better. That's a flank there. A 4-man flank and a 2-man flank, but 4-man was on Sakura. That's going to be, again, VIRTUS.PRO just controlling the fights. And also the Lord.
He's got a top side. 1-1's dealing with that T2, so someone has to back off because it's slow pushing in. So a small little dog, nice little kill for Catawap. The jungle gap is a little bit too far as of this point. 5-0-6 for this Hanzo, and it's not stopping there. Starsword controlling the game, pushing everyone back. The only breakthrough that KK has is the Wanwa Platinum busy taking down the side wave turrets that VIRTUS.PRO is unable to split themselves up.
Man, this is not a great sign if you're KK, right? Lord coming, you're behind gold, at least 8,000 there. And it seems like they will penetrate through. Now, Pinnacle Ninja coming in, Syndicats, half HP. That's the Tsunami Slam on towards 1, but that's going to be Liv popping Calm Purify there. And again, she is, as of now, untouchable for both games. Lord will trigger top lane Holy Defense. They will take control.
Oh, you got a back line!
That too goes down. That's going to be damage though from Lucas not being enough. Again and again. They attempted to find a retaliation, but might be a maniac again. That's going to be the maniac from Liv. Wipe out as well. Ladies and gentlemen, a perfect game from VIRTUS.PRO. 0 deaths on the board. And VIRTUS.PRO, they got the 2-0.
Man, Gani, what a statement. I'm waiting on the emote. Saw is just destroying or has destroyed KK Esports in this game. Man, I love it. I love how they were playing. That last diversion play to send the Xborg into a blind spot to take control of that back line, that back door. It was just so crucial for their team fight at the later stage. Saw again with the MVP, 4-0-13 everywhere on that map, controlling the game. Honestly though, I wish some of the boys team can take a page out of Saw's book and how she actually utilizes the diversions to true succession.
Yeah, I mean, so impressive, right? Her decision making, her composure was just so on point. Again, on the Novaria for the first game, on the Luoyi on the second. She's just lethal, Churros. She's so lethal. And in the second game, seems like KK, they no recovery whatsoever. 0 kills on the board for 11 minutes, almost 12.
Yeah. Sakura had a disastrous game this time around, 0-9-0 for the Kalea. It doesn't seem like, okay, when you have this Hanzo, Sakura is a little bit more trigger happy with the Tsunami Slam. You Tsunami Slam Hanzo into the turrets and basically he just flies back to his real body because he's on the Pinnacle Ninja. So it doesn't really make a lot of difference for the Hanzo anyway. So that was one of the major crux to the gameplay and the game plan of Sakura. And I think for KK, it's not over yet though. Even though they lost this game, they still have a second shot against ESB Valkyrie, the Bruneian team. So maybe Vietnam being the champions and all, they might be a little bit higher in terms of skill gap comparatively to KK. So this game might be even Stevens for both sides. And, you know, they need a chance to adjust. They need a chance to adapt. We will be going for a little break. And when we get back, it will be ESB Valkyrie versus KK Esports. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. Much better, much better. Much better, Donnie. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll text you if you're late, but I don't think you'll be late for this.
4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
私はもっと強くなる。 度は背中合わせでいくわよ。
Yo, yeah. Come on. I can't neither, but I think they're having technical difficulties. But I guess the last time I checked was like maybe 2 minutes ago for 10 minutes. So now it's probably like 8 minutes. Yeah, you can hear me well, right? Okay. Cause like, yeah, what I'm doing is actually like when play happens, I'm actually lowering down the game sound so on my laptop, so like the master volume goes down because it's way too loud on my side. uh I asked them to adjust the volume, so yeah, so if you can speak louder a little bit, it'll be good for me. But other than that, man, that was a pretty good cast overall. No, because I like you, sayang. Oh man, stop raising me up, queen. Dang, at least buy me dinner first. Amin. Aman naman. Where you get what? Where'd you get what? Oh man, stop it, bro. At least buy me dinner first before I suck your dick. Kontol anjing goblok. What is
Okay, 10 minutes. Okay, so okay, confirmed. I'm gonna go to the toilet as well. Give me 1.5 minutes. All right, Rose.
クラマ力を貸してくれ。よっしゃ第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
ここは俺に任せて。もらった。4代目他にを超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた。
背中合わせでいくわよ。
シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。相変わらずやかましいやつだ。
Biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, con hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu. Đỗ Messi. Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
Tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên được.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi.
Piu piu.
Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
Legend.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
Piu ơi, lùi đừng 1-3. Piu 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 piu. Đừng piu.
Ok, bạn ơi, lên, lên. Lên, lên. Tôi hết mana.
Cố lên cho anh ơi. Để giúp anh.
Bạn hết chung đó đi anh em. Này thì mày uýnh tao này. Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình. Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the MWI 2025 Mekong Qualifier is proudly hosted to you in Vietnam. My name is Churros, and this is Ghani. I think I'm pointing in the right direction. Man, we saw VIRTUS.PRO having a dominant performance over KK Esports with a 2-0 sweep. The Vietnam champions taking down the Laos girls. But now KK Esports has one final shot in the group stage. Next match will be KK Esports against ESB VALKYRIE, Laos versus Vietnam. Ghani, what do you think of this, man?
Hey, you know what? Churros, I think it's going to be a banger. All right. Again, KK, one more shot to keeping their journey alive at least, because they're now down 0-1 match-wise, and that's not too hot if they want to survive the group stages. It has been cruel for their side. 2 games actually was pretty much convincing, right? It was a convincing game from the side of VIRTUS.PRO, but reset. All right, that's now. It's a new game, it's a new match. Hopefully they can reset so they can find something better in this match.
You know, this is a shocker for both teams, honestly, because right now the winner of this match has a much higher chance in making it through to the elimination round. And KK Esports 1 match down. That means that if they lose this, they're totally eliminated from the match. And I think it has to be seen like, okay, maybe not totally eliminated, but their fates are in ESB VALKYRIE's hands, and you don't want to put your own fate into another person's hands.
That's why this competition, even from day one, is already so cruel, because we're about to see, we might see a team just getting eliminated on our second match here, Churro. So yeah, it will be the Bruneian team, right? ESB VALKYRIE here going head to head against KK, and let's see how will that one turn out. Again, nothing much to update you. VP won their match, so yeah, a clean one as well.
Low sample size, so definitely can't bank on the statistics yet, but VIRTUS.PRO actually on top of the leaderboards in Group A. We'll be watching Group B tomorrow, but that's going to be a really exciting other day for tomorrow. Let's take a look at the players coming in hot. KK Esports, once again, they had a not so perfect performance in the first game, but that means they do have the momentum. They're warmed up, ready to go, and they're locked in against their opponents, ESB VALKYRIE. On the other side, welcome to the Bruneians coming in on the hot stage.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Churros. But that was whisking.
What?
The coach is whisking. He was a part of RRQ. You know Lucian QT, I know whisking. And also he's actually Bruneian, so it makes sense to see him coaching the ESB VALKYRIE side. Wow, interesting.
Dude, I mean, looking at like your own countrymen, maybe, okay, Lucian QT is Indonesian, but like he's played in MPOSG before, and seeing a familiar face, it really brings a smile to my face, honestly. But honestly, okay, that being said though, do you think with a coach that you know and love from the past, what do you think? Is there any dimensions to that gameplay? Do you think he's going to bring in any new things to ESB VALKYRIE? And do you think KK Esports is going to be struggling in this game as well against Brunei?
Right off the bat, I think he will bring his own personal experience as a player, right? I think he will remind the team, ESB VALKYRIE, hey, this is what you do when you're in this position inside of the game, outside of the game. I think that might create an environment that they have an advantage. Let's see though, will they be able to exploit that advantage or not? Because KK, you mentioned it yourself that they have warmed up. Though it's a loss, but hey, they have warmed up on that stage, right? So both teams have an edge to a certain extent by their own, with their own aspect. So let's see, both teams clashing.
Okay, we're breaking it down. KK Esports is one of the only full team from Laos in Group A. For the Bruneian team, ESB VALKYRIE, they do have a Malaysian import, and it's going to be Ling. I don't know if she's actually playing there. So ESB is going to be starting off. So Ling Kandab. Ling is going to be in the gold lane. She is the only Malaysian in a team full of Bruneians, especially the coach Wiz King. So we'll see what they are going to do and what the strategy is. Starting off with the bans, Wiz King is going to take off Kalea off of the ban pool. For the side of KK, though, Roblox doesn't want to deal with the Juicin any more than they wish to. So is there anything speaking out to you right off the bat after watching game number 1 and how KK wants to adapt to their own playstyle?
I think they want to try to replicate what VIRTUS.PRO did to them in this match, right? KK, they have a lot to learn, and they have learned the hard way. Perhaps they might bring something from that game from the side of VIRTUS.PRO. Whisking, though, very interesting, is right off the bat, right? They have the first pick they bait, but they ban out the Kalea. Nothing you ordinarily see if you have the blue side and you ban out the Kalea.
Chip Matilda, Kalea being banned out right here for the side of ESB Valkyrie. For KK, taking out the Gatot and the Juicin. The Gatot ban is a little bit interesting for me. That means that they want to put a backline mage. So I'm thinking maybe a Farsa would be able to come out from the side of KK. Maybe that is their strategy, because teams don't normally ban Gatot unless it's a respect ban, because it's totally like doable to deal with. Let's see. Okay, Lucas is open. Got a Kimmy open as well. It wasn't open in the first game that we've seen with VIRTUS.PRO. So will ESB actually snap pick that up?
I think that's a great option to explore, right? The Kimmy offers you flexibility in a sense, right? The mid and the gold I've been repeating, but it's so powerful, so strong in the early, and that's why Whisking, he will lock in that Kimmy, and it's still up in the air for now whether where will this Kimmy go.
We have seen quite a lot of flexibility coming out from Kimmy, and I personally feel like she's much better in the mid lane because she just outranges of the mid lane heroes. With their new and improved passive. If she's put in a position where she has to deal with the gold lane, I feel like she's pretty much left behind. Yes, you do have a gold boost advantage, but you're a bit slower because you have to deal with freezing lanes. You can't rotate around as much to help out the rest of your team. But KK actually responds with the Granger and the Fulvius. Definitely difficult to deal with. And KK having a taste of their own medicine in the first game against VIRTUS.PRO. They had to deal with the Fulvius, and right now it's in their hands. And so will they be able to use the Fulvius to its true advantage, to its true annoying advantage, to take out ESB?
Yeah, I think this is what they're looking for, right? Remember Churros game 1, KK versus VIRTUS.PRO. VIRTUS.PRO just hammered KK with that Fulvius pick, and again, KK, I think they want to replicate that approach. Let's see, though, what will be the response from the side of ESB Valkyrie. Seems like they're taking their time here and not being too hasty. That will be the Irithel and Lucas locked in, though.
So that means Kimmy is going into mid lane. Yeah. Lots of mobility, lots of tankability. The Hayabusa is the response, but I am not too sure about this. Because it's difficult to land your shadows directly on Irithel. But I mean, it's just a skill thing. You can hammer down on the long lanes. You can hammer down on the lane pryos to make sure that you push the wave. But to be honest, there are much better heroes to be able to do that. When you pick up a Hayabusa, to be honest, you want to be able to snowball in the early game, get those easy kills off of easy targets, and Kimmy seems to be the only hero right now that would be able to do so. The only thing that's left is either the EXP or the jungler for ESB. So for Hayabusa to be able to farm up and do his thing would be a tall order. So moving on to the next phase of the bans, the Hylos and the Glue will be banned out for KK. I was thinking the Hylos would be very well crafted for the side of KK. But for ESB, though, hammering onto the mages, no more Yves, and I would say no more Luo Yis, because that might be a very interesting approach if KK wants to snap pick the Luo Yi up.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Luo Yi, We saw from the previous game as well, even though it was on a different team, but I mean, she got the MVP, right? So that explains it. But if, let's say, Lo Yi is not really powerful from the side of KK, perhaps Whisking might ban a Farsa, right? It's just more direct, but no, it will be the Florin
Ooh.
banned out. So interesting. Florin on ranked games has been quite popular these days.
A Florin. I would say the Florin would be much more suited for ESB rather than KK, but I think they're cooking something. So we'll let them cook. Not too fond of the Florin ban because then you're missing out a huge setup opportunity for the side of KK. I don't think they are thinking of picking that up anyways. So we'll see. What's left is the EXP in the mid. It's definitely going to go to a Farsa. They already banned out the Gato, so Farsa is definitely safe with a fair airstrike from that back line. ESB missing out on either the jungle or the EXP and the roam position, so they have a lot of flexibility. We haven't seen the Boxia yet today. Do you think it's going to be picked up by the side of ESB?
I think so, right? Perhaps they might pick up the Boxia here again. Technically, the Lucas is still flexible, right? It can go to the XP and the jungler here. It's still just so much options here forward side of ESB. I do think that they need crowd control. Baxia, not a good crowd control option. If they really want, and if they can pull off a Cho here. It's going to be the Carmilla. So adds that crowd control and the Uranus. So it will be confirmed, Lucas jungler.
Man, okay, I do like the Carmilla pick. I'm a bit hesitant on the Uranus pick. Carmilla is good because once you have that third airstrike, you just lay down your Curse of Blood, and everyone within that vicinity is just trapped in and linked up. But for Uranus, though, facing up against a Phoveus, I would say that it's an even match. And in the late game, it's more about, like, pushing the lane priorities. You can keep yourself safe from the Hayabusa, and I think for a lot of the teams, and I learned that from MPLSG, is that a lot of teams are very tunnel vision onto facing heroes that are meta. If you throw something wild into the mix, like this Uranus that people haven't dealt with for a long while, it might be a different kind of gameplay there to bring in. Last pick will be KK bringing up the Jawhead in the roam. What do you think of this entirety of this draft, Gani?
I really like the synergy with the Jawhead, Farsa, and Hayabusa. Why? Early game, they're strong. Mid game as well, and late game with the Farsa, a lot of range. But against a composition with the Carmilla, that is where I feel kind of iffy about it, right? Jawhead, sure, you're very strong before level 4, but after level 4, Carmilla is more tanky and more, I guess, reliable, being in that roam position, right? It's more just sustainable alongside with the Uranus. I feel like ESB Valkyrie might be able to take game 1.
Yeah.
What about you?
With that being said, we're loading into the Land of Dawn, and I have to say though, the strategy from KK Neo, aggression, early game. You have lane advantage with the Granger, you have jungle advantage and reconnaissance duty from that Jawhead. You have rotational speed coming in from the Phoveus as well as the Farsa. So we'll see how KK actually wants to execute this gameplay down onto ESB Valkyrie. But I do have to say, I kind of do dig the wildcard pick coming from the Uranus, because that brings a whole new dimension of gameplay as we lock in to game number 1. ESB on the blue and KK on the red.
Let's see, Land of Dawn, here we go, and witness what will happen in this game. Mind you, folks, KK, they are a match down, so they desperately need points to at least have a chance to survive the group stages. Now, early game, Kimmy can definitely poke you out if you are out of position, but man, New has been doing work. Balabi is actually the one who is poked.
You know, there's a little bit of a different strat that I've seen from a lot of the other regions in Southeast Asia, where you have, oh, hold on a second right here.
Yeah, that's Balabi actually using his flicker. Her flicker, that's going to be a Catawap though, out of position. Taken down. That's going to be ESB taking first blood, an expensive one, and they might want more with Lucas just being a constant threat. Sakura will not be able to escape without her flicker. Another kill on the board for the Bruneian team.
Man, it doesn't look like a good start from KK. So typically, just to finish my sentence just now, it was the Jawhead that was used as a strategy for leashing, especially when you have an assassin jungler. So the Jawhead will start off with the blue side, and then Hayabusa will start on the opposite side of the jungle. And then once the Hayabusa is done, you jump in, snatch that up, and then you accelerate your farm. I don't see this coming in from KK, so they're slightly behind in terms of gold. 1K to be exact. Coming into the next turtle, KK doesn't look like they're in a good position contest for this one. The jungle is far behind of ESB's Lucas. And you have the ultimate online, so once she unleashes the beast, that is a she beast that you have to account for.
That is going to be happening, seems like, right? KK struggling. No shadow now. Katawap actually spend her a shadow. That's going to be Lucas unleashing her beast Sakura. Very low. Taken down. Feather Airstrike will not be able to make that trade. Syndicat's now out of position. Forced to use the flicker. Katawap, no shadow earlier on. And she will fall. 2 members taken now. Plus the turtle ESB. They're controlling the fight.
Okay, 2 things I want to point out. The first is that Lucas pulled the turtle away, gets that reset, and goes for the kill onto Katawap. She can't do anything. But the matter of fact is, second point in question, the Uranus was just soaking the damage that Granger was actually dealing up. So the passive was constantly building up. There was nothing that they could do at that point. So soaking up that damage and dishing everything back up and waiting for Ling to come in and dish out that additional counteracting measure was just so phenomenal. You might be able to see a perfect game is if ESB plays their cards right. It's just so hard to take that down.
Oh, this is why the Farstar is still a threat in the mid lane, right? The burst potential still high, and Ling Ling was a casualty.
Man, I definitely jinxed it. I was saying perfect game if ESB plays it right, but then Ling actually face checks a bush, and KK just overturns and converts it into a kill for themselves. So still, they're up on the board. 1K gold difference. ESB still up ahead, but you have the Lucas actually out farming the Hayabusa at this point, with Katawap having 2 deaths right from the early get-go.
Oh, oh my goodness. Good flicker by Blobby. That's going to be Cindy, though, pulled back. Feather Airstrike finds Blobby, and that's going to be a trade for Cindy Cats. EXP for Arome now. Uranus revitalized. Eats all of the shadow kills from the side of Katawap. Wow, that's true power right there. And gold lane seems like level 6 and level 6, so I think level-wise they're not. I mean, Plat 2 is not far behind.
Coming into the bottom side, though, the Granger definitely has a bit of time to scale up. You have the turtle being spawned up right here. Uranus is already zoning everyone out of the way, and it's so hard to deal with this Uranus because he just heals everything back up. He doesn't have the revitalize, though, so that might be a little bit of a dangerous position.
That's going to be the turtle, though, locked in. Cindy Cat's flickering up. She will fall. That's going to be the shadow kill, locking V down. 1-for-1. Actually, somehow favoring KK, but remember, ESB, they got the turtle.
So good call by ESB, taking down the objectives, losing 1 member. But, you know, that might be, nice little face check by Bella. Taking a lot of damage. Plat Wu forced to get a retreat. But at the end of the day, though, ESB is still ahead of KK. It's still anyone's game at this point. KK wanted to go for the early game, but then again, if ESB plays a little bit too aggressively and throws himself too far forwards, that might be a shot for KK to come back.
Shadow lands, ejector unstoppable force. That's going to be Katawap, though, under the turret. A lot of damage taken. What a recovery by ESB, though. Ling Ling will be shut down. It's still a 3-4-1 in favor of the Bruneian team.
Good counterplay from Ling underneath the turrets and just waiting for reinforcements to come through. But New actually read that like a book with the wings by wings, coming down to the gold lane and just pushing through, waiting for Ling to just face check the bush. Don't get me wrong, though. That was a very good play underneath the turret by Ling, waiting for the rest of the backups to come. Blobby locking down 2 members and getting the damage from the heavy crossbow to come in through to that 3 members. But she has to stop going into the bushes before that tank comes in.
Yeah, I think she needs to be patient, especially now they are controlling low key. Yeah, don't want to make any mistakes now, right? They can't afford letting KK take control. And that was a clutch Curse of Blood there from the replay, right? Under the turret lobby, just lock 2 members, right? Catawap was just stunned. Now Sakura also use the flicker defensively, so that's a green light for ESB to commit on towards a turtle. That's going to be Bella, though, being the turret. Syndicats taking a lot of damage. That's just Ling free hitting. Purple buff in contention, but ESB seems like they have it in the bag. Catawap, no purple this time round.
They're converting all of these objectives into kills and kills into objectives, and that's what I love about this team right off the bat. But they have to be patient. They need to be disciplined enough. You never rule number 1: never chase a Granger. If you're running it down, Granger just shoots you down with his skills, and that's a lot of damage coming through. She's already got the Sky Piercer, so Platwoo is coming up online. KK could turn this team fights around at any time, and New having a perfect game so far, 4-0-1. Hopefully I'm not jinxing it this time, but the zonal control that KK has over ESB is just, what a rush, man.
Yeah, and I think this is why it's going to be very important for KK to not follow the tempo from ESB. Because ESB, they know they have things in control. Plateau! Gotta be more careful, buddy. And seems like, yeah, Plateau miscalculates the damage potential there. No flicker, and she falls. So the Sky Piercer right now is still 0 stacks.
Yeah. I'm just looking at contrast between both teams, and it does seem like ESB going for the protect the president route, where the marksman is always in within reach of the roam position, but KK is playing it too solo. I think Platwoo was dominating the game, especially when damage is starting to come through, but the death is definitely going to shoot her in the foot. Now, the first lure of the game is coming through. It does look like KK can contest for this one. They're not too far behind at this point, but will they do so? They have that zone of control. Will they be able to find that back line before getting disrupted even?
I think they need to just play chill. I think they need to let this Lord go. Unless, right, Catawap is available to find an opening to steal. But if they fight, they definitely will lose. Now with the Lord already very low. That's going to be a Lord falling for V. That's going to be a fight. Shadow kill. Perhaps 1-by-1 here. Looking to fight. Catawap falls. Sakura as well. And that's not a good sign for KK. Right, they're forcing a fight while they're under.
Splitting up the team fights is what KK did earlier on. There were 3 team fights happening all across the map, but hold on, the Demonic Force into the fray.
Out. We're not here for the side of KK. Let's take a look at the replay, right? So yeah, Retribution lands. They need to just go back. It seems like
it was the Curse of
even
Blood.
if they go back, yeah, it was the Curse of Blood. Even if they go back, ESB has the catch potential. So now KK full defense while being under almost 10k.
Hey, silver lining, Gani, they do have high ground. Catawap taking a lot of damage from this Uranus. Yumi just constantly pummeling onto the Hayabusa. Again, not having a good start off the game. 1-4-2. A little bit too hasty on the shadows, I might say. But then it's seeping towards ESB at this point. Having a dominant performance so far with 7,000 gold lead and almost full item builds and building up into an immortality is what Ling is actually doing. And they're running it down together with the Irthel and the Kimmy. They have a front wall, just soak up all that damage, and you have that barrage of bullets just shooting through. Gani, it's just too much for KK to handle at this point.
Yeah, this is why it's gonna get scary. It's gonna get scarier for KK, right? You mentioned the high ground. I do agree, right? The Granger, the Farsa, but with the gold lead being this much, it's gonna be tricky for KK unless ESB just again blunders or makes a big mistake, right? Perhaps then KK might be able to neutralize it. But so far, seems like ESB, they have been finding the better trades and fights.
Kettleweb actually has the right idea. She wants to go for the offlane split pushes, but she just doesn't have that confidence to do so because now the
There's no one
turtle, or the
showing.
Lord is actually, yeah. Okay, she's showing herself on the map. Right now, ESB making a beeline towards the Hayabusa because she's left all alone, but they don't see KK anywhere. So I think this might be a perfect opportunity for them to just pummel onto a loose member of ESB, and they might be able to come back into this. Nice little Rhapsody to just seek out their opponents in that tri-bush. But ESB, though, they're just too tanky at this point, the Uranus especially. So with the lane priority, Lord spawning up in 5 seconds. What is the play here for KK? They're already in position to have that zone of control, but at any one point of time, they cannot stick together just because of that Curse of Blood.
Yeah. It's going to be very tricky. Oh, Yume, though, taking a lot of heat there. Revitalized Papa Dew will be the first one to fall. Shadow goes towards the back. Immortality Bot. That's going to be Syndicats taken down as well. 2 members now down. And that's going to be ESB. Just taking the Lord, taking the fight. KK would happen.
Man, that was just pure domination right off the bat. They weren't even looking at the Lord at that point in ESB, especially Vi, just going straight for that Farsa because they know that only New is able to disrupt their gameplay, able to disrupt their run it down kind of deathball style of team fights. And Bella and Ling just staying behind Yumi was all they need. I didn't remember seeing Blobby actually landing a Curse of Blood, but even if she missed the Curse of Blood, it would have been all over. The damage from the Lucas is just too much to handle at that point.
Let's see. Will KK be able to defend this one? Curse of Blood pop, further airstrike spent as well. Yume, ejected away under the turret. He should fall. Sakura will be the trade. That's a 1-for-1. That's actually Bella just free hitting Catawap. Stunned up. Bella collects the double. Lord now taken care of by KK, but it's still just ESB finding opportunities, finding the main base, and the Bruneian team, they get game 1.
Another dominating performance, and this time it's from the Bruneians. To be honest though, I think KK, they had a game plan set in motion, but they were just not confident enough, and I could see it in their pathing, their movements, the rotations coming through. And I think the first 2 losses really hit them hard. They really have to just shine in their mental, and that's a little bit of a nice emo. I want to see this more for the boys, actually. You're having the finger hearts also. MVP definitely going to buy, shot calling, dictating the tempo of the game, and from the start, just taking down Catawep so that she has no farm whatsoever. Awesome work from Vi, pushing through to the first game of a best of 3.
So reliable, so on point. Neutral objective takes, fights as well. And Colin Mysterio, because she got a 619 on her stat. And again, just clinical from the side of ESB VALKYRIE, all right? They showed that, I think, just 2 kills, just 2 deaths max from their side. It shows discipline. And KK, things are not looking for their side here.
New actually had a good start.
I mean, it was okay.
Yeah. To be honest though, peaked out at 4-0-1 in the early game before getting pummeled on by Vi. And they know that the only core disruptor was that Farsa. Once you take that down, you don't really have the Feather Airstrike to zone anyone out. So I guess, to be honest, Vi really played her cards right. She knows what the win condition is, especially so for the side of ESB. And to be honest though, WizKing made a right choice on that Uranus. In the early game, I was actually understating how effective the Uranus is, was soaking up that damage and healing everything back up. Did you see the shadow kill down to maybe a fifth and then back to 100% in just a little under 3 seconds? That was just so intense.
I think this is why WizKing knows the power, right? Hey, if you go Uranus, one less target for the Hayabusa. And yeah, Irithel mobility is crazy. Perhaps the only juiciest target from that draft churros was Kimmy, and she was just in the back, right? She was really taking care of her positioning, which was great. And yeah, again, Hayabusa wasn't able to deliver a lot. Let's see.
Yeah.
Second game.
Man.
Bro, my bad.
No, dude, I didn't hear the break.
My bad, bro. I was yapping, bro. My bad.
No worries, bro. No worries. Nah, it's all good. It's all good, bro. We're rolling schedule anyways. We've got like one more game to go. Yo. Yep. I will mute you at 30 seconds. Likewise.
もらった
4代目他にを超える忍びは
Hey, no worries about it. Don't worry, don't worry. Last game, can I try to take PvP? Okay, okay. We'll finish this game strong. Don't worry about it, bro. Don't worry about it. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Mwi Mekong Qualifiers. It's your boy Churros, and with me here today is the Gonster. How are you doing? After the first game, dominant performance by ESB. Will they bring us home with a 2-0 clean sweep? Gani, what are your thoughts, man?
You know, after seeing VIRTUS.PRO play, I think they are the strongest team on this group. But, man, I think the team like ESB, they have a chance, man, after seeing game one. Sure, it wasn't a perfect game if you compare it to VIRTUS.PRO, but they showed that they have the sharpness, the decision-making in-game as well. And KK Esports, unfortunately, things are not looking too hot for their side, because if they lose this game, confirmed, they will not advance to the next stage.
Yeah. Honestly, though, not over yet. It's still a best of 3, and hopefully we see a best of 3 series, 3 games all across. But man, KK does have some kinks that they need to work out. To be honest, though, the pathing is a little bit questionable at times, especially from Katawat, where she doesn't really have that confidence to go for split lane pushes, especially in the late game where the opponents are already dominating that jungle. So let's take a look at the breakdown of statistics so far. Right now, ESB guaranteed 1 point. KK, unfortunately, though, unless they can clean sweep or reverse sweep this series, they will be in a very, very difficult spot, or, you know, eliminate it right off the bat, because honestly, you only need 1 win for the team to be able to go make it through to the finals. We won't be able to see a 3-way tie this time around, but man, KK could bring us to a first 3-game series of today.
That's gonna be what I'm hoping for personally, Churros. And let's see, Churros. What's gonna happen next? KK, from the first match, they need to repair a lot, and this after the first game, I think they need to not just repair, right? I think they need to somehow not just adjust as well. They need to bring something else. They need to bring their best here on their second game and potentially the third game. But ESB on the other side, what they need to do is just replicate what they did game one. Just draft-wise, perhaps can be different, a little different. I want to see something different with King. But game two, I don't know what to expect apart from just more action.
I think more action is something. I'm on the other side of the table, though. I think more action is what you don't want to see if you're a KK.
Okay.
Sometimes, if you're
Fair
drafting a late game draft like in the previous game, you want to be able to hunker down a little bit more. But then again, they had the Phobias, they had the Jawhead, they have everything in their arsenal to play a very early game match. Unfortunately, they just couldn't execute their game plan. And I don't know. I can't put my finger on what the dilemma is, for KK, it's just very difficult for them to just execute. And I wouldn't say they're a bad team. They are a very, very good team. I mean, it takes a lot out of them to be in this spot, to be in this position in the first place. So for them to be able to take one game off of ESB is honestly what they need. It's just the drafting is definitely in question. And that's what we're going to see right now as we jump into the second game and the second draft of today. It's difficult to draft against Whisking. He has been cooking, man.
Yeah, based on the first game alone, it seems like Whisking has a lot of tricks under his sleeves. Let's see though, will it be the same for the second game or not? Right now, KK will have the blue side. So will they change things up here?
So yeah, coming into the fray, Coach Roblox banning out the Lucas. Don't want to deal with the Lucas. I think they have everything in them to just really prevent the same mistake that happened in game number 1. They're basically just banning out all of the heroes that they dealt with in the first game. But for the side of Whisking, though, going all generic, going all natural at this point, banning out the Kalea as well as the Chip. So for now,
Yeah.
I do still feel like they have a much better position. So, man, Gani, what is the response now from KK? Like, how do they deal with a draft that is more generic, that is more wide and open for them?
I think they need to just go for their comfort heroes, right? I think that's going to be the approach from the side of KK and ESB. If they go for comforts, right, like we saw from Yumi game 1, I think Uranus was a comfort hero for her. That's why she was able to just deliver on that Uranus being a rock, steady rock. And we should see more of that. KK, though, they picked the Fulvius for the first pick.
Going back to basics with the Fulvius, that means that the Gatot is open for the taking, as well as the Badang, which is what they banned out in the previous game.
Exactly.
So ESB has everything in their motion just to pick that up to deny, but they go for the Juicin instead, and I love the Juicin prio pick. You have a lot of vision play, you're difficult to get to, and you're basically like the Claw from Toy Story. When you're near, the Claw just picks you up and throws you in, and you're like the prize that they're going to pick up.
Oh, okay. Interesting take here from ESB. It seems like they will take away the Hayabusa this time, so there will be a switcheroo. Well, let's see. Will it be the Lucas from the side of KK to have an actual switcheroo from the side of the jungler? They're taking their time now, and let's see here. What are the options, right? They've played the Harith, though.
You want to go for
the
Suyo again? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the Harith, maybe? Or the Moskov, if they're comfortable. Oh.
Harith has already been banned out, so the Sicilian kind of works at this point. But it's super late game, Gani. I don't know if they want to play yet another late game draft, but they have high ground insurance in the Sicilian.
Yeah, I think this is what they're comfortable with, though, Churros, right? I think New really likes the Sicilian, and I mean, seeing her on the Farsa earlier, making plays here and there, I think she is capable to make plays with the Sicilian as well. But that's going to be the Gatot Kacha in response to it. A great pick actually. All right, more sustainable and engaged potential. Let's see though, will it work or not?
So coming into the second draft, I do like the fact that ESB are going a little bit more mobile. They have right from the bat mid-game prio and early game wave clear from the Gato and the Juicin themselves, but it's still flexible. They could very well throw the Gato in the EXP. They ban on the floor, and again, which is weird because I haven't remember seeing KK actually pick up the Florin in the first game against VIRTUS.PRO. So, I mean, okay, I don't doubt them. They might have done their homework back in the past, but having a Florin just mitigates a lot of your setup potential, and I think it might be difficult to play around.
Yeah, maybe that's also the reason, all right? With the Moscow banned out, it's kind of... it makes sense, right? If you're on a Hayabusa, it's trickier if you are going up against a Moscow in that gold lane. Can get you pinched. And let's see here. Will Coach Roblox ban another gold laner? I do expect the glue ban coming through because it's still a possibility for ESB to pick glue up.
Unless you want to go respect into Uranus, but they go for the Granger ban instead. So both teams, no Moskov, no Harith, no Earthhouse, no Granger. If that's me, I might pick up a Bruno right here. That's the next best possible option. But they go for the Camilla once again. I think this is good. They played it pretty well in the first game, and they know that KK likes to play zonal. So why not just coagulate them all together, throw down a Curse of Blood, and maybe possibly deny a Carmilla Sicilian kind of combo from the hands of KK.
Yeah, very smart move again by the side of ESB. All right, Carmilla picked up. It worked game 1. Why not do it again? KK, now what will be the response here? It's gonna be tricky with Carmilla and Gatot Kacha. You will need anti-regions items on your hand, right? And that's gonna be just wasting a slot or two on the equipments. You mentioned the Bruno. It will be picked up by KK though. Oh my goodness.
Oh, a Popol and Koopa. Or just mainly the Popol right here for ESB. Throwing another wild card pick in the second match of the day. Dang, I'm actually loving this because you have the range and Bruno has to kill 2 heroes, technically 2 in 1.
And what I really love about that pick is it was an instant pickup. You know, it's like no matter what you pick, we have the pop already. And let's see, will the Popol and Koopa works this time? Game 2, ladies and gentlemen, of ESB and KK.
Man, we're jumping into the load, but I think it kind of works. I'm just theory crafting a little bit. Curse of Blood into AOG knocks everybody into together, and KK Neo actually playing a team fight synergy. You don't really have anyone to maintain the long lanes except for Suyo, so Katawap has to find that confidence, and hopefully in this game, if not never, to have that late game split push potential. But then also, you have the ultimate coming in from Popo and Koopa to lock everyone down together with the Curse of Blood, so a single target stun becomes effectively a 4-man stun. But ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping in to potentially the last game of the second series of the day. ESB starting off on the red and KK on the blue. Man, this is looking hella hot and spicy at this moment. Will they repeat their dominant performance in game number 1? We'll see.
Let's hope for the best for KK. And already early pressure from Sakura.
That's what you want to see when you are... Yeah. I think it's a-okay at this point. You have that range to just mitigate and disconnect yourself from the rest of the engagement. But like I said, KK doesn't want to go all ham into aggressiveness in this game. Play more passively, structure in those team fights better, especially when you have the objective takes coming in, and just mainly work on the target prio. The discipline really needs to show in this game if KK wants to take a win off of ESB.
Yeah, right now it's just passive Sakura, just roaming around bottom side though. Already 4 members of ESB potentially occupying that lane, and Bruno smells it. Good read there, good communication. Plat just hugs the turret, denying a potential dive as well. So no first blood here for the 1.5 minute. Flicker and all spells. Oh, top lane. Yume is okay though. So they will do. Yeah. It's just they just touch. Again, no spells activated. Sakura now will stun Vi. It's a big fight.
Yep. You got the Hylos getting pulled back by the claw. Bella will be able to pick that one up. ESB Vi will be taking the Hylos down. Double kill for Vi for the Phoveus. It looks like a free turtle for ESB as well.
Oh, slight misposition there, and not all of the KK members were ready. All right, here Sakura cannot get out, but I don't think Cindy Cats should enter the fray as well, and that's just 2 members automatically taken down there. Great instinct by ESB and great call, but that's already a turtle in hand as well for ESB. They're controlling the early game very, very well.
To be honest though, I do like the Juicin pick against the Hylos, and the Juicin was actually prioed by ESB. KK responded with the Hylos instead, and the slow and the utility that the Juicin brings to the table just disrupts how Hylos wants to start that engagement. She's just got that level 4, so the Glorious Pathway will be used into full succession in the later team fights. But at this point, it's almost seeping into 1,200 gold, favoring the side of ESB. They're ramping things up. I love the rotation speed coming in from ESB. And they're rotating as a mid trio all together.
Yeah, this is not looking good, and they look for the dive.
Oh, it says Curse of Blood onto the Hylos, the Glorious Pathway to keep everyone safe. You got the Shadow Kill onto the mid side, underneath the turret, but they have that discipline to get away safe as ESB. They tried, but you miss 100% of the shots you don't take as KK still stays alive.
Yeah, no casualty this time around from side of KK. Great defense there by 3 members under the turret. The Glorious Pathway really denies a lot of speed that ESB is potentially trying to make, but that's going to be Vi actually stealing away the purple buff in front of the face of KK members.
I would say good trade from Vi. They know that Suya already took down the gold plating up top side T1. And he wants to find trades. She wants to find trades after trades. Oh, mid-side. Bella taking a little bit too much damage. Forced to pop that flicker. Crucial resource not available for the next turtle take. It does look like KK already starting that zone out from ESB as Bella tries to give a little bit more vision. They don't want to go for it. And KK looks like an easy turtle for them. Unless Vi has anything to say about that. That's a shadow in. Catawat steals it with the retribution. Glorious Pathway laid down. Yumi risked it live, but he got the revitalize on to keep himself alive for now. Get a Curse of Blood linking up 3 members. ESB starting to gun them down one after the other as Blobby makes a huge play. Vi into deep, able to get that shadow out. The discipline from ESB, not making mistakes in team fights, is coming to show as KK really sitting underneath. Take a look at Blobby. You got the 3 men Curse of Blood to set everything in motion. You got Bella throwing the claw and picking everyone up in that mix and forcing the damage on through all of them.
Wow, what a crazy, crazy fight there for ESB, Churros. They want more though.
I don't think anything's gonna happen, but Vi actually goes in deep into Sakura, able to split that damage from the Shadow Kill. Crimson Claw actually pushes Blobby back in the fray. Yumi able to take Sakura down with a re-engage AOG.
Oh my goodness, what a great fight there. Unfortunately, Sakura wasn't able to get out from that situation, but again, just the sharpness from ESB has been so on point for the first 6 minutes, and we, apart from the turtle take that KK got earlier on, it has been a perfect game from the side of ESB. All right, turret bottom side taken down. Popol Koopa now rotates towards the top side. Objectively speaking, they are on the right track. 2v1 bottom side though. Great hug turret there by the Gato Kacha.
Dangling close to Glorious Pathway, but the backside, Vi finds the Shadow Kill onto New. The mid side though, oh man, they're just getting gunned down by a rabid dog. Koopa, a 6th member of ESB, saying hello and goodbye.
My goodness, 8-0. And remember, Churros, match 1, game 2 as well. KK wasn't able to get the kill. 1 kill. Wasn't able to get even 1 kill. And seems like ESB, they're trying to replicate what VIRTUS.PRO did. Potentially a deathless game again from a team. Let's see though, will it happen or not? KK, don't give in to the tempo that ESB is building, all right? Just be calm, stay composed, farm, and perhaps they might have a chance. Perhaps they have a chance here in the second game.
To be honest though, when you have a Sicilian in your mix, in your party, it's kind of seems like, yeah, let's play to the late game. It's no point just funneling the aggression right now. That's a nice little steal away from the purple buff. At least you have valuable resources to keep yourself afloat as much as you're 4,000 gold behind. You can play defensively if you're a Suyo, but that's not where you want to be. The shadow kill from back line will be on to Plat Wu, but able to split that damage out. Vi would not be able to escape, getting punished by Nu for getting a little bit too close. That's 24 seconds. She will be up before the first turn of the game, the first Lord of the game actually spawns up. But that was just a one-man army, or should I say one-woman army from the Hayabusa.
Yeah, Deathless No More from side of ESB. That was what I'm talking about, all right? KK, they just play their cards right. They stay patient, and actually Vi was a little too aggressive there. Got punished. Was a shutdown. That's a warning. Oh, Bella. Okay, that's damage. That's more than enough damage there, right? Almost, but yeah, Vi needs to control the tempo there. If she makes a couple of mistakes again, KK might be able to turn the game around. With the Sicilian you mentioned, like late game, yeah. Nu is there, just insurance.
I think that shutdown goat just really mitigated the economy lead from KK. You got Koopa taking a little bit too much damage, able to just heal back up if they play it passively, but this might be their first actual Lord Dance. Sanguine Claws lands onto Bella to start things off. Sakura tries to find an angle onto the back line. He got to grow his halfway already laid down. Black Wu coming in with the balls as well in the back line. Bella taking a little bit too much damage. Just one more hit before she goes down. Blobby first to fall by the hands of Black Wu as KK finds himself kills after shutting down Vi. There was a huge blunder from the Hayabusa, and this means that KK might have everything in them to take down this Lord.
Green light, green light. KK, what a turnaround. Oh, gotta be careful. Don't overextend. Yeah, okay. They got the Lord. They need to reset. But what a turnaround. ESB, like 3 minutes ago, they were controlling the map and the fights. But KK, after a couple of sequences, yeah, they are actually right now on the offense.
Speaking of offense, though, KK just only has single target damages. And I think Popa and Koopas could still deal the damage as well as stunning if they land a perfect Curse of Blood. So it's really down to the couples, the Carmilla and the Sicilian in the late game, able to land a Sanguine Claws, able to land the Curse of Blood, and everything might be able to go south. They actually take care of the first Lord of the game as the enhancement and wins are pushing in. At the very least, KK would be able to find themselves all of the T1s to be taken out from the side of ESB. But KK, very disciplined though. They can't make the same mistakes that they made before. This is the furthest they've ever been, the closest game they've had over the past 2 series.
You gotta make it count. And right now, Glorious Pathway from the flanks.
Just to block everyone up, but there's a 4-man Curse of Blood coming in from Blobby. Good fight. Everyone just standing up and dealing that burst damage through, gunning everyone down one after another as ESB finds themselves that momentum back again. The shutdown goal is no more as KK falls to the hands of ESB from one big blob of curse.
My goodness. That is how you turn defense into offense. And now they are shifting their gears. They're gear 5 right now, taking it very, very sharply. all jungles taken away, and it was looking very well for KK a while ago, earlier ago. It seems like ESB, they have taken back the control of the Land of Dawn.
The tempo is getting slowed down at this moment as ESB patiently waiting for that Lord to pull Syndicate back, able to get that flicker out of the way, but the nice two-man Curse of Blood once again by Blobby to set things into motion. The Lord's pathway won't be able to cut anyone off because they're all coagulated underneath the turret. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide as ESB taking control back again.
This is a lobby, baby. What a set again. And Vi was in the right angles to find the connection with her shadow kill. And that was surely minimal. 2 members there taken away, and they got 3. So that was a bonus. And now it's an open Lord, an enhanced one as well. KK, what happened?
Man, it's a free Lord over the hands of ESB. But to answer your question, Gani, I think they just weren't expecting Blobby to land Curse of Bloods right after another.
Yeah. It was that, and also just them mainly out of position, right? They need to be more aware of their positioning, of just the information. Because the lack of information, ESB, they're more just oppressive, right? Positioning wise, they're more aggressive. And let's see here. This is technically the first Lord for ESB. What can they do with it? Because if you take a look at the items here, 11,000 gold already in hand for the Hayabusa.
For the Hayabusa, yeah. I think position is definitely something that KK needs to work on. They need to adjust on the fly as well. Oh. Man, it's not looking good for KK. They do have high ground though from the Sicilian, but they can't stick together. They have to be spaced out a little bit because at any one point in time, Blobby waiting on the Curse of Blood. That's a one-man unable to hit all 4, but underneath the turret they go. As ESB trying to pummel through with that Lord as well. Yumi taking a little bit too much damage, able to get out safe, but not until Plat Wu takes him out in the process, shifting their attentions in. They lost 2 already. Make it 3 unless Bella able to use that Crimson Beacon to get out safe as well. They're leading the charge. Syndicate one to find a demonic force, but stuck by that wall. Looks like ESB will be safe for now as KK has set their sights on that mid lane T1.
It's just defense turning into offense and then turning into back to defense. What is going on in this game? We got a lot of plot twists and turns, and now ESB, they were the ones with the Lord, and they now are forced to recall Plat Wu. What we mentioned about positioning, her positioning on that fight was so on point that 3 members of ESB couldn't handle the damage from her.
We've been in positions like this before where teams find it hard and struggle to close out games. And for ESB, a lot of their mechanics for the heroes are very high committal. AOG, very high committal. Curse of Blood, you need to get a certain distance close before you slay your target. For Vi as well, you need to be able to get face-to-face with your target before you initiate a shadow kill. But the damage, if you land a Curse of Blood, would be more than necessary to take that target down. So ESB and KK, they're back to square one. The gold lead diminished from a peak up around 7,000 gold down to 2K just because they took down Vi once again. The Lord will be spawning up in 10 seconds. What do you think the play is for KK? Do you think that they can contest for this Lord?
I think power-wise, right? And gold-wise, yes. But they are losing out on position. ESB, they're taking advantage of this.
Claw brings Sakura back, but they won't sound the horn just as of yet. Lord to half. The Syndicate finds a little bit more information. Glorious Pathway already laid down. Will Suyo be able to do anything about it? It's a 3-man Curse of Blood once again, but Catawap steals the Lord from underneath the nose of Vi, but they're taking it down one after another once again. Nice little Curse of Blood set things into motion. Platwood goes down as well. 4 members down as Catawap against the world as Vi tries desperately to clear on the top side wave. It's 30 seconds. The KK is never gonna get wet. Get back. Man, my tongue is twisted as Cat Web might not be able to defend this as ESB pummels down on that throne. And Brunei will take game number 2 for a clean sweep, knocking KK down, annihilating them, and eliminating them from the qualifiers.
The winner takes it all. The loser has to fall. And this time around, KK, they lost 2 matches. They are 3rd. ESB Valkyrie, what a showing of determination on game 2 right there. They lost the Lord, but they didn't. They were unfazed. They got the members. They got bodies. And Bella, you mentioned the Zushin being so annoying. 4014 on this girl's name. And yeah.
Man, Donnie, what's it with this mid laners?
Exactly.
That always
it was Saw
the MVP.
and then Bella.
It was Saw, and right now it's Bella. The first game, it was Vi, but okay, but 3 MVPs for the mid laners this time around.
Out of 4, that's crazy, right? 3 mid lane MVPs out of 4. And unfortunately for KK, they got the Lord, but they didn't have, or rather, they weren't allowed. They were denied to retreat. Bella and friends, they were able to find just, no, hey, you can't go back because of that Zushin as well. And being 4 members down, even you got the Lord, it's really irrelevant. What a showing again. It was a back and forth though overall.
Yeah. To be honest though, I felt like KK got a nice lead in the early game. I wouldn't say pure lead, but man, they really held themselves strong. But unfortunately, I think this might be it. It would be hard. Let's go. Jump to a break yet again. We'll see you soon.
Tôi nói cũng biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
Piu piu. Đỗ Messi. Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
Tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay
Đỗ Messi. Piu piu. Đỗ Messi. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Đỗ Messi.
something's happening. 5 minutes. Let's go.
ここは俺に任せてもらった。
みんなを守るために私はもっと強くなる。
見せてやるよ、シャリンガンの本当の力をな。力が湧いてくる。
About a minute. We'll be muting you soon, Churro. See ya.
Nói cũng biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, có không hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh, khẩn trương nhá. Ui giời ơi.
What
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the Mwi Mekong Qualifiers. It's your boy Churros, and with me here today is the Gonster, and we are in the last match of today. It's going to be VIRTUS.PRO versus ESG Gaming. Man, these two have shown very dominant performances over KK Esports. Now, the question is, how will they fare against each other, and will we eventually see the first BO3 of today?
Man, after seeing what VIRTUS.PRO is capable of, likewise ESB, I'm not surprised if we are going on a full 3 games. But let's see. Right now it's confirmed officially KK will not advance, unfortunately, towards the next phase. But is it VIRTUS.PRO or will it be ESB who will top Group A?
Man, it's going to be an interesting matchup for sure, because VIRTUS.PRO, remember, they are the Vietnamese champions. And up against ESG, they're no easy feat as well. They have shown that they have a very dominant performance over KK, and more than dominant to speak. The only question is, statistically, I think the whole world and the audiences right here, they're favoring VIRTUS.PRO as one of the top dogs of the entire MWI scene as well, because in the Vietnamese championships, and this is held in Vietnam, you have the home crown advantage, so to speak. So in this case, man, this is in for a really spicy matchup. If ESG is able to take just one game off of the Vietnamese team, then it's gonna be a huge hell shower for that point.
It is going to be an upset, right? Technically speaking. But regardless, at least ESB and as well as VIRTUS.PRO is also going to be confirmed, right? They are advancing to the next stage. So it's just a matter of seedings at this point for these two teams. And this is VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, you got Lucian Cutie right there. So that is the VIRTUS.PRO team. Daisy, Starsoy, Sa, Liv, and Kao. Will Sa actually continue her streak as the MVP of the games against their opponents, ESG Gaming, which includes Yumi, Vi, Bella, Ling, and Blobby. Now, these two teams are looking hella good, hella positive going into the last match of today. In Group A, this is, I would say, one of the closest match that we'll be seeing this evening, to be honest. And I'm not sure who I'm favoring at this point, because this is still pretty new to all of us coming into the scene for the women's tournament. But to be honest, though, I asked the question to Ugani at the start of this stream: are the girls able to keep up with the boys' skills and mechanics? And I have my answer. It's yes.
Yeah, I mean, based just on the 2 matches we saw, yeah, they have a lot of capabilities that just, okay, well, they're very strong. They the movements, the mobility, the decision making in game as well is very sharp, especially from VIRTUS.PRO game 2. It was a perfect game technically, right? Deathless, their team macro calls was also on point, and we saw from ESB they were able to come back from a losing quote-unquote game. So again, the pressure didn't really come through. They lost the Lord, but they won the fight. And yeah, we got a little bit of everything based on the 2 matches previously.
Yeah, if we're being real here, both teams are not perfect. Yes, VIRTUS.PRO actually got a perfect game off of KK, but that's with a couple of flaws, a couple of mistakes that could have been prevented as well. I mean, just the rotations, the pathing, and the synergy of the team definitely, I mean, obviously it's still a warm-up game at that point, but right now, being the last game, the stakes are even higher. the top seed of Group A will have sort of like a quote-unquote extra life coming in to the knockout stage. So jumping straight into the draft, Gani,
Let's go.
what do you think is going to be banned out? And to be honest though, I'm actually really excited for ESB. Do you know why?
Why?
Wiz King's a chef. Wiz King's a chef.
Ooh,
He's
yeah,
been cooking
I mean,
for 2 games.
that's the thing. That's the thing. I think that's an X factor that ESB can use, right? They pulled off an Uranus pick, and also Popol and Kupa last pick. So keep an eye on Whisking and his drafts. But VP though, they have been very, very sharp. So I'm not quite sure if Whisking can pull off a cheese hero pick this time around.
To be honest though, they picked Carmilla twice in game 1 and 2 of their fight against KK. So if VIRTUS.PRO is able to maybe mitigate that factor and pay a respect ban over to ESB, they should be able to take out the Camilla. Because although it's easy to deal with, they should respect the Blobby's Camilla that has shown a lot of dominance, a lot of great setups, especially in crunch time, clutch moments against KK.
I agree. It's definitely a threat here for the side of VIRTUS.PRO. So now, what will be the approach from their side be? Is it going to be a respect, or will they find a way to, counter the Carmilla, the potential Carmilla pick with other heroes? Seems like ESB though, very clear. They ban all 3 roamers here, potentially, right? The Kalea, the Chip, and the Mathilda off the board. VP, a little mix here with the Lucas and Kimmy ban.
There's a juice in, taken off the board. So first pick might go in the hands of Phoveus, Gatot, or even it's on the tip of my tongue.
Suyo?
The Baxia. We haven't seen the Baxia yet.
We haven't seen the Baxia today just yet, and perhaps we might see it in this game or in this match. It's gonna be the Phoveus again for ESB. No flex this time around.
Strong pyro pick though. You're able to just zone out that back line, and I think that's what ESB kind of wants. But knowing how ESB likes to play, it's more of like, okay, Earth's in question, and I was gonna say, take it off of the hands of Ling so you don't have to deal with it. Make sure that your gold laner has a winning lane in the gold lane, so that at least in the early game you don't have to worry about that. Lucian Cutie, or should I say the Destined one, actually definitely done his homework this time around.
Yeah, it seems like taking it away might be a great approach here, just denying the power from Ling. From Ling. Oh, there you go. You mentioned the Carmilla earlier. You know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Even against VIRTUS.PRO, it seems like Blobby will rock the Carmilla alongside the Granger they picked up.
I like the Granger pick. We've seen that in a couple of MPLs across the board, especially last season as well, where Granger was always picked up alongside Irithel, where Irithel is basically a counter. But if you play your cards right, that is basically a human death ball strategy that ESB likes to play around. Just go in all ham. Make sure you take out the high loss this time around if you don't want to get run down, because that could still be flexed around in within ESB's draft or lineup. We have seen Carmilla in the jungle before, so if ESB wants to try something sneaky or crazy, it could be the Carmilla jungle, Hylos in the roam, and they could play that around again.
It is going to be. There is a possibility, but with the Sicilian pick here, it's interesting because technically ESB, they have beaten the Sicilian once, though. This time around is going to be Sa who will rock the Sicilian, and let's see, will it be fruitful or not? Second phase, it will be a Hayabusa ban from the side of VP. Now, I think they're going to commit on towards a jungler ban here, right? Just limit Vi's potential in that jungler position.
I think Suyo definitely should be looked at. Even Hanzo,
Comes to mind,
because in the first game, Remember, VIRTUS.PRO was just dominating with the Hanzo. So Hanzo is actually banned out for VIRTUS.PRO. They won't get their hands on the Hanzo anymore. I think leaving Sicilian and the Earthel open for play. King will respond with the X-Borg ban. First pick in the second phase for VP. They're lacking an EXP as well as a jungler. They might be able to secure the EXP first to and leave the jungler open because it's not picked up by either side. So at least they can have a counter advantage on that lane. It will be the Joy first though. Correct, just mistaken a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget the Gatot Kacha is still a flexible pick, right? So I think they are still technically hiding their cards here. They want to show the Joy first, and okay, ESB, they lock in the Suyo. It seems like they want to have the early pressure. Mind you, Suyo's clear jungle capability is still very, very fast and strong. Might able to match the rotation from the side of Joy. And let's see here, last pick for the side of the mid. Going up against Lilia, Gatot, and the Joy. Will they gamble it? No, it seems like they're going it safe, right? I thought the Wu Yi is available. It seems like they want to just have a steady ship and pick up the Yve instead.
Yep, last pick right here, EXP lane. If you want to, just play it safe, go for a CC, make sure you have a winning lane against the Phoveus, or use the same medicine against ESB and pick up a Uranus, because they've done that before in KK. But I don't think VP wants to try that. They haven't worked that out in scrims probably. So that could be still wide and open for their picking.
Yeah, it's still up in the air here. Gatot Rome or Gatot EXP. If you really think about it, though,
just a Boxia. Just give me a Boxia right now, Donnie.
Oh, okay. It's a Gatot Rome, yeah.
CC. No, CC. Yeah.
So CC versus Phoveus. Okay, they want a balanced setup, right? With the Joy, early game, mid game can definitely give action, but the late game here, Churros, they have the Erythel and the Sicilian. Can they weather the early game storm though?
Man, it's gonna be a tall order for both teams as the top dogs of the Group A seedings will be facing off against each other. The battle for the knockout stage seeds will be underway as VIRTUS.PRO and Valkyrie go head-to-head against each other. Man, it does look like both teams are not playing around anymore. King not cooking as he did in the previous games against KK. They want to try anything new. They want to try something that's more comfortable. As we jump into the Land of Dawn, man, oh man, boy, oh boy, it's tit for tat. Both teams are counterpicking against each other. It's all down to execution, Gani.
It is all down to execution. Game 1 will definitely set the tone for this series. And let's jump straight to it. Land of Dawn, here we go. And witness which team will take first game.
Starting things off strong. Nice little leash from both sides. Starting off with the orange buff. Rotating down towards the opposite side of the map. I think I am right. The bottom side should be the gold lane. So it does look like VIRTUS.PRO wants to be able to hammer this Granger so that Liv has a easier time in the gold lane and in the early game to farm up as well. Still, I expect this game to be slow. I expect this game to be passive. What do you think? Yeah. Do we expect any form of aggression from both sides?
Oh, I think both teams will find at least an attempt on opening fights if they do see there's a window. But yeah, if there is little to no window, I believe you're right. I feel like both teams will just play passive. Both teams will just play it mid-game, right? Mid-game power spike, let's say the Yve, the Granger, and also the Erythel. Then we might see more action and perhaps some gambling plays from both sides.
Yep. Speaking of which, though, this is something that we're all more familiar with, especially in bigger MPL regions in Southeast Asia, where you see the coagulation of the entire. Oh, hold on a second. Liv goes a little bit too deep in, forced to pop the sprint to get away. If not, it might be an easy first blood for Vi, as the turtle spawning up in 1 second. VIRTUS.PRO already in position to take this turtle. Snap pick that up for themselves.
Yeah, let's see the setup though. VP being hasty. Don't want to
Starting with
fight.
the rhythm of joy, though. First blood over to Starsoy. You got a Sanguine Claw trapping everyone in. RWM tries to stop VIRTUS.PRO in their tracks as Daisy really down low. I don't think she should go for this one. Starsoy with a retribution play. The AOG to just to cut off the advancement routes, and they touch and they go. They took what they can and they're driving out of there. It's a drive-through for VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, it's a drive-by, it's a drive-through, and it's a mistake on the calculation there. Vi didn't really connect her retribution on point, and VIRTUS.PRO, Starsoy, they were able to capitalize on that small miscalculation. With that, also, they got an early kill, and that puts them on the driver's seat, right? Gold-wise, kill-wise, and also control-wise. Let's see if ESB finds a compensation from that lost.
You know, this is more discipline from ESB Valkyrie as well as VIRTUS.PRO. We don't see a lot of cross jungle plays as of now. You got Starsoy already in position. You got a lockdown in with the rhythm of joy. AOG just to block them all. Escape routes. Blobby won't be able to survive against Cal. We'll take her down as well. As VIRTUS.PRO 2 up on the scoreboard. It's not a big lead, but it's able to turn a snowball into an avalanche if ESB doesn't play their cards right.
Yeah, that's a great isolation play there. It's a 4 members rotation.
Oh, down turret. Ling will not be able to survive this clash, this coagulation. And VIRTUS.PRO ramping up the tempo. You got the joy. You have super fast rotation speed, super fast movement speed to make cross-map plays, pummeling down on that Granger. I think that was a good read for VIRTUS.PRO.
Very, very much so. And another win on the board for VIRTUS.PRO, and now they move on towards the next objective. 5 members already rotating, so they're committing 5 members for the second turtle.
Yeah, you see the response coming in from Ling, actually making a beeline straight to the turtle as well. So VIRTUS.PRO already setting things up. Daisy tries to draw the escape routes. Crystal Block won't land only onto Daisy, though. AOG tries to block off the escape routes once again. The VP Daisy takes down the turtle. Liv takes down one after another. 2 falls by the hands of VIRTUS.PRO as ESB struggling to get any form of consolation from the pandas. Or should I say the polar bears?
Things are not looking good here for ESB. VIRTUS.PRO seems like they are ready to jump on towards the top lane there. Great rotation, but so far, so good for VIRTUS.PRO.
Oh, Daisy finds herself in a spot of bother, able to hop over the wall. But look at the bottom side, though. Granger keeping busy with the bottom lane T1 as Ling finding trades all over the map. They know they're going to lose that T1 top side, so why not? Let's take another consolation. It's trades all over this map.
Trades over trades. Though it's still favoring the VIRTUS.PRO side. Let's take a look at the economy here. 3K already established, so it's healthy, but it's still anybody's game. Now it's a move.
Oh, Starsoy deep into enemy territory, deep into the jungle, able to just find the way to escape as the rest of VIRTUS.PRO collapses on the 3 members of ESB. The Valkyries cannot find their way in through to the polar bears.
Bang, bang, and bang. Yume, Vi, and Blobby casualties from that fight. VIRTUS.PRO not taking any time. They will collect more and more objectives on the board. Orange buff, check. Turret 1 bottom side, check. And now the mid lane is the juiciest objective on the board, apart from the third and last turtle. And let's see, how will ESB handle this one?
Oh, we're starting things off. You got Liv with the heavy crossbow. Yumi won't be able to find herself to be able to escape from the clutches, the claws of the Polar Bears, but man, oh man, boy, oh boy, Starsoy starting things off alone, a one-woman army. The Black Widow is just finding kills after objectives, one after another. What's the play here for ESB?
They got just, I guess, Turtle at this point. Turtle in their base, right? Just funnel the Godo in the mid lane. Okay, they managed to find the clear. Right, they're just playing the VIRTUS.PRO's gameplay. This is not good. Liv is already so overzealous, so confident in dealing damage. Starsoy, though, isolated.
Bottom side, Starsoy won't be able to find an escape this time around. Luck's not on his side as ESB finds the first and only kill of the game in 7 minutes. A crucial mistake that Starsoy shouldn't have made down the bottom side, but that opened up so much opportunities up top. Look at where Liv is. They're finding that push from that minions down on the T2.
Yeah, great info gather there, and they have found compensation on Starsoy's beating. So yeah, it's Starsoy for a tier 2 top. Game still heavily much favoring VIRTUS.PRO side. It seems like they have just defended their mid lane very well. But for how long? That's going to be the question, because economy is starting to look bleak. Has claws already in hand as well for the side of Liv. So that's 6k gold already in hand. If you compare it to Granger, she is behind 5,000-ish gold, 400-ish gold. So let's see here. Sky Piercer already in hand as well, though. Just need the stacks.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tougher for Ling to find that stacks. She's only got that 1 kill onto the Black Widow, Starsoy. But man, I do like the gameplay that VIRTUS.PRO is bringing out. The Polar Bears are splitting themselves apart. You got 4 men up on the top side, and the bottom side heavily controlled by that Joy. You got Yuumi trying to find flanks, but she's 0-4-1. It's so difficult for this Phoveus to find a way into the backline just because VIRTUS.PRO doesn't even have a backline. We're starting things off with the Lord, though. It doesn't look like ESB wants to try to contest for this. They'd rather look for consolation up on that T1 top.
Yeah, this is not their game, right? They're just hoping on VIRTUS.PRO making a mistake again, because we saw it. That Starsoy, with the lack of information gathered, she overextended and she got punished. So right now, ESB, they're hoping for that sort of play to come through again and perhaps just relief off pressure. Again, gold gap isn't too far, so one mistake from VIRTUS.PRO could definitely turn the tides or at least neutralize this current situation. ESB's main priority right now is they need to take the Lord down as soon as possible. And let's see VIRTUS.PRO on the offense.
AOG locks them too. You got a Curse of Blood as well. Locked in 2 members, but ESB doesn't have the damage to deal anything at all. But from the backline, Liv just slowly but surely gunning all of them down with a heavy crossbow. The Lord still not dealt with. Their 2 members down. VIRTUS.PRO might be able to ramp up this aggression onto the Valkyries. The Polar Bears, they have the momentum, they have the drive, they have that charge.
They definitely do. They definitely do. Lord now will charge once. Holy Defense triggered. Holy Shield triggered. So now VIRTUS.PRO, what they're doing is great, right? They lost only the EXP earlier. Seems like next play is, yeah, we'll wait for the next Lord and then we'll look for openings. ESB, question is, what will they do? Will they turtle? Will they look actively for fights? Seems like with the rotations from lobby, they are attempting something here.
We'll see. I think they might be able to cook something up if they find Liv off guard. But take a look at the pathings and the synergy coming in from the Polar Bears. They're just staying as 3 members, protecting Liv from all harm. Take a look at itemizations, Gani. What do you think? Who do you think has the upper hand at this point?
Well, again, you can see the Erythal being the 3 items already secured. That's a power spike confirmed. And also, if you take a look at Sicilian, Zaza not looking too bad, right? Glowing one, Clock of Destiny, and then the Wishing Lantern. So even though we expected the Sicilian to really be impactful during the late game, she's impactful already in the mid game, right? So let's see. Sa again, she might have a MVP performance sort of performance here in this first game. And ESB, they need to farm. They need to farm 6,000 gold behind. I don't think they should contest this. I think they can clear with the Yves and the Granger being okay. I think they can afford to lose a Lord again.
Yeah, I think they're giving things up. Look at where Vi is. Just taking control of that bottom side T1. At least they have a wave, a strong wave pushing through. We want to mitigate a little bit more damage from the Lord with the enhanced minions. They're spawning up in a couple of seconds. But then again, it is just a difficult game for ESB. Blobby can't seem to find the same success that she did against the game against KK because everyone's just so mobile. Everyone's just jumping around, dashing out of the Curse of Blood. So this is a tough game for Blobby to make a big move onto VIRTUS.PRO. But then again, Yuumi is just so high committal. Once you throw the Phobius in, you take a lot of damage and you fall. 0-5-2 for the Phobius. This is not a really good look for either sides, either for ESB per se.
Things are not looking good. Lord is already in the base though.
Oh, it's breached. AOG just to block off the entrance routes from Granger. It needs to be able to heal. The RWM also popped down, but won't be able to trap anyone in. They're going for the throne though, but they have their sights up for that T3 down the mid side. 5 members still up and strong. All 5 members wiped out by the Valkyries. The Polar Bears take game number 1 in again a dominating fashion from the tops, from the champions from Vietnam, and showing the world on the international stage that they really want that MWI Invitational wildcard slot.
Cold performance from all 5 members of VIRTUS.PRO. They are here not to play around. They are here to be lethal. And no Karai emotes here from Sa, but it will be a KU sort of a emote from the side of Liv, who will get the MVP this time round.
Liv, man, Liv played a heck of a game. The Lone Huntress, you'll see this Earthel left all alone to her own devices, but she's gunning everyone down one after another. They're focusing on the backline, but their backline is actually their front line. They're going straight for the tanks, leaving the Lone Huntress all alone. The Amazonian Warrior, 3-0-11 for this Earthel, and she is not stopping there. But both sides, they have information now. This is still only game number 1. There's 2 more games to go, and it's all up to the Polar Bears whether or not they are able to take the second game off the hands of the Valkyries.
Man, what a game again. I did not expect. I expected to be a lot closer, to be quite honest, Churros, but hey, VIRTUS.PRO, wow. I guess this is why they were the champion. Crazy.
Yeah. Man, it is very, very dominant. I like the way that they're moving around. They're after 5 minutes. I mean, we've seen this in a lot of the boys squads, and I like that they're actually moving this in. But hey, both teams need to reset. They need to adjust. They need to adapt, and we'll be back right after this break. Don't go anywhere. See you soon. Nope.
Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi.
Not yet. Not
Looks
yet.
like
Game
we're
2.
not ready to go.
Game 2. Let's see. Will it be 1-1 or will it be 2-0? That's going to be the question.
Game
After
number 2,
the break.
we'll see you soon. We'll be back.
Low. Oh man, I'm hungry. Your Mackie D's here?
No, I didn't order. I'm gonna go down to buy it later.
Do you live alone or do you live with your parents, Churros, right now?
Này thì mày uýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ, phải Vinisa, Vinesa, bốn anh em mình, Legend,
I'm living with my parents.
Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giảm 250 nhé.
Utsumaki Naruto が帰ってきたぞ。よっしゃ、第7班ここに復活だってばよ。
What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back to the MWI qualifiers Mekong region. Man, first game was a blowout by VIRTUS.PRO. But will the Valkyries be able to claw their way back onto this against the Polar Bears? We have seen a lot of interesting maneuvers from both sides. Interesting picks, but right now both teams are deciding that, hey, let's just play comfort. Let's just play meta. Do you think things would need to be shaken up in game number 2, Gani?
You know what? I think ESB, they overthink themselves inside of the game. And I feel like they need to just be themselves now, right? Because when they overthink, they hesitate. And when they hesitate, VIRTUS.PRO is there to just pummel through, to just capitalize on your hesitation. So yeah, game 1, VIRTUS.PRO, it was a convincing win. So I want to see more from the side of ESB. Bring the heat that you brought earlier on against KK.
Man, I like to see these girls on the Assassins are playing much better than the boys that we've seen in our regions. And some of them, like, to be honest, Starsoy, and I'm gonna call her the Black Widow. She's literally that agent, the spy, going deep into enemy territory, sniping and assassinating one member, and she's out of there. You see one, now you see her, now you don't. And honestly, she's been playing a heck of a game. Honestly, all 5 members of VIRTUS.PRO has been playing so well. It's only where they shine is in the late game, where they play as a total and absolute unit. Now, the court is honestly in ESB Valkyrie's favor this time around. A lot of teams favor the second pick, the red side. And what do you think should change in their gameplay, in their drafting, most likely for ESB?
I think for ESB, draft-wise, they just gotta draft what they are most comfortable with at this point, right? Sure, you ban the quote-unquote meta heroes, the pariah heroes, but then when Whisking is cooking for the roster, I think she should just go for what the players are more comfortable with. So I think that's going to be the main challenge today, especially going up against VP. Destin 1 is quite solid all around from his drafts. Oh, Destin 1 banning out the Florin.
Interesting. I've seen a lot of the Florin bans coming through, but I've never actually seen it picked up when it was really wide open. So I think VP does have a interesting kind of strategy going into this game. They're banning out the Aerothel as well, which gave a lot of success to Liv, the MVP previous game. This is really different because, okay, first game, they had a little bit of information on how ESB likes to play. Right now, in game number 2, I guess what Destin 1 is actually saying is, let's just play super fast speed, let's play super high aggression in early game, win them out fast, and just go home, take a nice nap, and we'll get ready for day number 2.
I think so. And a very, very cheeky ban, right? VIRTUS.PRO. They realize that they are not the second pick, and usually the Aerothels come into second pick, and Destin 1, he opted to ban the Aerothel. So asking a question, right? Hey, Ling Ling, what are you gonna play? Are you going to prio the gold lane now in the first phase, or will you prio it differently? Kimmy, gonna be the last man here. Destin 1, what will be the move? Gatot Kacha. First pick, I did not expect that one.
Yeah, zone control is the name of the game for VIRTUS.PRO. Had a lot of success in the previous match. And in this match, what they want to do is just stop the advances, stop the escape routes, and create a zone where ESB is just trapped. And it's a kill zone for VIRTUS.PRO. Now, priority, Sicilian. Do you think it's a good idea to prio the Sicilian, not knowing and understanding that there's so much other mid lane prio picks that are available out there? You could actually go for the Farsa right now as well, or even the Loi. But I guess, okay, the Gacha sort of soft counters the Sicilian, the Farsa. Maybe the Sicilian would be a better long range option. And they go for the Lucas. I think it slipped right through VIRTUS.PRO's fingers.
Yeah, it's a good solid 2 heroes here from the side of ESB. But we mentioned about comforts as well, right? Churros, I think The mid lane Bella really is comfortable on that Sicilian. VIRTUS.PRO though, very quick to respond. So they will not flex the Gatot. They will show their cards immediately. Gatot, Rome, CC, EXP, Harith, Gold. ESB, are they playing an Angela? Is this going to be an Angela Lucas combo?
Very highly possible. Very highly possible, but it is difficult to break it down. But it looks pretty good on paper, though. I don't know if they actually want to go for it. It could still be flexed, though. Leave the Rome position open. Maybe go for the EXP counter pick. Fovis is still up as well. Do you want to risk that because it counters, soft counters the Harith anyways? What do you think?
I think it's a great option.
Carmilla once again.
Of course. The lobby really is comfortable with Carmilla. Wasn't really impactful per se. What? It's a combo.
Look at the smiles on their faces. Yeah, it's a combo as well. Look at the smiles on their faces. They know that, man, 4 games to Carmilla. I think they really like this hero. There's just comfort, man. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, I think this is going to really show what they are, why they really like this combo, right? Combine it with the Sicilian, I think it will bring their true colors. Will it be enough to take us to game 3 though?
It all boils down to the last 2 picks. Now, second phase of the bans, they're banning out the Valentina, and I think we've seen that quite a bit. Valentina with the IMU, able to just mitigate the Lucas's Unleash the Beast. So that is a very valuable target taken out the bat. Assassins should be one of the main prios as well. I think for the side of VIRTUS.PRO, they might pick up the Hanzo once again. So Loyi being banned out for their side. So ESB doesn't want to deal with the Loyi, doesn't want to deal with the diversion plays, cross map plays. But the Farsa is still open, so VIRTUS.PRO might be able to pick up the Farsa and even the Hanzo so that, you know, make the Sicilian's life a living hell.
I like that idea, but somehow I prefer the Eve over the Farsa in the situation, right? Sure, you have the wings by wings, but with the Eve, it's just more safe in a way that, yeah, you can poke, you can slow down your opponents. VP though, first time we see a Baksha. Yeah, in the bans or in the picks.
ESB though, missing out either a jungler or an EXP. I mean, bear in mind that Lucas is able to flex. If you pick up a Hylos right here, Lucas goes into the jungle. You have 3 tanky beefy dudes just pummeling onto you. It's going to be hard for the Harith to take down or mitigate.
Yeah. So it's going to be answered here. I do feel like ESB, they are lacking in damage. What will they make up for it though? With what? Oh, it's gonna be the Khalid. Oh, they just want to engage while Sicilian is happy from
just backline support. Oh, yeah. That means Granger might be picked up. The Alice and the Angela, you called it. They're feeling happy with themselves. Oh man, it's been a while. It's been a long while. So the Alice in the jungle though, together paired up with the Angela mid, is something we don't see every day.
Oh my god, oh my god. I expected the Angela to be on the ESB side, but man, Destin 1 is just one step ahead. Now this is just asking ESBs a lot of questions, right? Do you guys have enough damage to shred Alice alone? What about if I combine it with Angela? Will you have enough damage?
I think definitely the Alice needs a little bit more farm before the engage happens, but that's 3 tanky beefy boys against 3 tanky beefy boys for both sides. We're in for a battle of juggernauts. The Valkyries versus the Polar Bears, and they are true to their name, Gani.
Man, now I can't wait to just witness a game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in potentially the last game between ESB Valkyrie and VIRTUS.PRO.
We're coming in hot as the coaches might be their last time shaking hands. This draft is something that I don't think both of us expect. We have the Carmilla Sicilian combo that we don't often see every day, but staying true to their name. That's a 4-time pick, Carmilla over the entirety of Group A. For VIRTUS.PRO, they're showing us something a little bit interesting again. We've seen this before, but in this meta, will it work? The Alice and the Angela. The Alicigilla.
Alicigilla. Alicigilla. Yeah, this is going to be very scary, but let's get to it. Lanadon, here we go. Game number 2. VP ESB.
Starting off strong, both teams leashing hard with the jungler. You see the Lucas actually clearing much faster than the Alice right off the bat. So that means the rotation speed from that Lucas and getting that level 4, the coveted level 4 will be much easier for Vi. And now, they're taking no prisoners at all. We're starting the earlier rotations off of this game. We see the Angela actually being a little bit more aggressive. I don't know if that's how Sa wants to play, but I guess this is something that they might have practiced in a lot of these games. It's a little bit different on how they want to do this as well, because the Angela actually slows and acts as a utility from the earlier side. Look at the damage coming through from this Angela, man.
And it's a support emblem as well, so you can see the pressure already that Sa is creating. It's going to be very tough here, ESB. Let's see the execution early game though. ESB, I think, has a small window, and that is going to be the early game, and they need to have control of the early game to perhaps just translate it to mid and late.
We level 4 already on both sides. 30 seconds until the first turn of the game spawns up. They're taking the dangerous path through the mid side. Unable to cross that river. Look at how dangerous this Angela is.
Oh, that's a great 2 women taunt. Setting up for the first turtle, which will spawn in 5. And yeah, as of now, no spells triggered. So it might be a raw 4v4 fight with the flicker. No mana, low mana on Bella though.
Oh, Sa is just being so annoying. Whenever Bella comes close, you're actually disrupting range with closeness, because there's only a certain amount of damage that you can have with a bad impact. Now, turtle being spawned up, they're in position.
They are now with the hard guard already in play. That's going to be Blobby actually taken down as well. Sa will be the executioner. And that was an off-camera kill earlier on with Liv solo killing Ling Ling in the bottom side of the map. Sarsoy will secure that turtle. So it will be a win-win and a win for VIRTUS.PRO 3 minutes in.
Man, I wish we had a replay on that one, because that was just what an impeccable turn of events. You started things off with a taunt, and Cal actually immediately disengaged and went to disrupt and stop the advancements from the rest of the team to protect against Blobby. So Blobby was left alone to her own devices. And to add fuel to that fire, she doesn't have that level 4 as of yet. So we're starting off with a hard turn of the rotations. 2,000 gold lead for the Polar Bears, as Valkyrie struggling in the earlier parts of the game.
Yeah, this is not looking good. The window for ESB is getting smaller. That's going to be a fight. Oh, Raging Siren Sword misses. But now Sa jumps in with the Alice, with the hard guard. Now Sarsoy, not enough sustainability just yet though. She will reposition, and that's going to be nothing. Great defense from ESB.
You got Sarsoy coming in with the combo as well. So hard to take down, especially in the late game. As this time, I mean, honestly, Valkyrie are on a timer. They don't get anything at all as a consolation to stay afloat in this match. Alice and Angela will start to scale uncontrollably, and in the late game, it will be almost impossible to take down that combo. You have to wait for Angela to get off, but you see on the top side, Daisy being stunned up.
Even on a 2v1, Daisy is just so sustainable, very calm, very composed. And let's see, San, no ult just yet, so I'm not expecting any crazy movements from Sarsoy, knowing that the hard guard is not active, but now it's a different story. Sa has her hard guard.
Playing a little bit more passively as ESB, even though they have an aggressive team up. Oh, they're starting things off with the hard guard as well. They're ditching the purple buff.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a purple buff in contention. Oh, Vi was able to find the retribution, but Daisy, she will be the collateral. Vengeance pops. That's going to be Vi actually taunted. AOG lands onto it too. The damage will come through Alice. Starsoy finds the kill without Star, and that just shows the power from Alice. Uh-oh, that's going to be the Shaman Force pop. Yumi a little bit too aggressive. That's going to be the taunt. Revitalize Yumi falls. And that's going to be, again, VIRTUS.PRO capitalizing on the mistakes of ESB.
But look at where Starsoy is right now, just contending with this turtle. Second turtle of the game, just snap picked up by the Polar Bears. Call it intimidation, call it fear, but the Valkyries, they can't seem to step 1 foot close to VIRTUS.PRO. Every single time they're in their jungles, they back off. Look at the back line as well. Cal trying to zone out Blobby away from Liv. Able to save that T1 at this point, but they're always finding trades, always finding fire. No wasted movement at all by VIRTUS.PRO.
Yeah, intelligent draft again from Western 1. That's going to be Starso top lane. 1v1, not for long. Star is in the vicinity. Vi, very low Daisy, ready to dive under the turret and will do enough damage with the Vengeance to take Vi down. Again, VIRTUS.PRO, they are just so sharp in executing the plays.
Yeah, in the Battle of the Juggernauts, Vi was just literally tickling Starsoy. No damage done whatsoever. Mana's definitely in question though, but I don't think she minds because they're playing for the late game anyways. The longer this game goes, that's a scaling Alice as well. You got a hard guard coming in.
Yep, under 3 members. That's going to be Lobby. First one to fall. Shaman Force live there below. That's going to be Daisy though, caught in the Sanguine Claws and will be punished by Vi. It's a 1-for-1. EXP for all. Take a look at the purple. Just so annoying. Vi. No purple buff for, what, 3rd time this game?
Yeah. And to be honest though, the Valkyries need to be able to handle the long lanes. Look at the top side. Liv has been keeping busy, taking down the turrets one after another. She doesn't even join in a lot of these team fights. They're just maintaining lane prio. And Cal is just right there. So it's so hard to get through to Liv, let alone Cal. I mean, it's just yet another dominant performance by the Vietnamese champions.
Uh-oh, that's an isolation. Raging Sandstorm defensively. That's not what you want when you're on the lead. And that will open space for VIRTUS.PRO to take the turtle.
Man, it doesn't look like ESB wants a contest for this one. A free and easy turtle to just extend that gold lead. And right now, it's like 6,000 gold, 8 minutes of the game. Next major objective will be that Lord. But look, in the mid side.
Oh, under the turret, AOG, nasty one. Soy. You mentioned it, Churros, is just wreaking havoc on towards the formation of ESB. And VIRTUS.PRO right now, they are practically having fun. Uh-oh, good taunt on towards Yume. Immobilization!
Oh!
That's Blobby taken down. Yume for the 2nd time in a row will use her Raging Sandstorm defensively. And VIRTUS.PRO 8 minutes in, they again are making Glanadon their playground.
Man, what is that damage? But it's not over yet. Yumi wants to go for a re-engage.
That's going to be great. Actually, they might actually win this one. Cal, saved by the hard guard. Vi misses it. And that's going to be VIRTUS.PRO clinching a threat there. And again, it's safe. ESB wasn't able to capitalize on that window.
Gani, this is honestly the piggyback strategy. Sa is just protecting every one of the members. And with that, even with the Flask of the Oasis, allows for healing factor. So the longer they stay in battle, They can juggle all of the health bars underneath the turrets, and the damage from Liv just comes through from that back line. ESB can't seem to find a way to break through the defense is set up by the Polar Bears and take care of Liv. Liv is just free hitting from that back. They're using the same death ball strategy against ESB.
Yeah, this is not looking good. And if you see Harith Liv, she's on her way to Holy Crystal, mind you. And we are just 10 minutes in. So nasty damage. Expect nasty. And if you see her competition, Granger, all right? Not even, almost half. That's going to be the Holy Crystal locked in already. That's going to be the fleeting time for Sa as well. So expect more hard guards from the side of VIRTUS.PRO. ESB, I don't think they have enough to shred an Alice alone. But combine it with a Angela, it's a different story.
I was skeptical about the damage or the rotation speed that Starsword actually brings to the table. The hard guard actually comes on.
That's gonna be AOG, almost locking a member down. Great recovery, actually. That's gonna be Alice under the turret, taking members down. That's everybody wiped out from the side of ESB. And the only collateral.
They deserved it. They deserved it. The Polar Bears raining the thunders from the sky and bringing the Valkyries asunder and taking them down under. The Polar Bears wiping them out from underneath the turret. They were unkillable. They were untouchable.
They want more under the crystal. They do not care as they seek bodies, not even
With
the
the
turrets.
crowd.
And ladies and gentlemen, that will be official. VIRTUS.PRO will take the series 2-0 in a clean sweep fashion, and they will top Group A.
Man, Ghani, look at the smiles on VIRTUS.PRO's faces. Looking
Rightly so.
hella good, but man, doesn't look like ESB is too upset about that loss though. I think against a dominant team like VIRTUS.PRO, as long as you get yourself afloat, as long as you get a couple kills off of them, I think you should be happy. As long as they get to move on to the knockout stage, a little bit of a support, feminine support from the VIRTUS.PROs, but Star Soy, man oh man, boy oh boy, girl oh girl, woman oh woman, this is the Black Widow, ladies and gentlemen.
The Black Widow. Oh my lordy. 609. Oh, wow, that's nice, right? And Winter Crown, just to top it off, it was a team effort, but Sarsoy, man, the connection is just too real.
Yeah, I gotta say, her scoreline is definitely, I learned an Indo word, which is chantik. It's 6-0 and 9. Nice.
Yeah.
And she herself is really kind of beautiful. I mean, honestly though, man, the gameplay, everything about VIRTUS.PRO was flawless at this point. You're sacrificing the kills on the cow, sacrificing kills onto Daisy, but it was all scripted. It was just beautiful gameplay from VIRTUS.PRO with the highlights right here, man. Underneath the turret, the damage came out of nowhere, and the escape from the Polar Bears was just phenomenal. It was just absolutely dominance. It was absolute cinema from this point.
It's safe to say that Polar Bear Express, they were just under the turret and they just want to fight. And what a game. Oh, man. I love the draft, right? Even from the drafts, we can, oh my goodness, it's Alice Angela. And that's crazy. That's crazy, Churros. That's crazy.
Man. We weren't expecting that, but honestly though, congrats to both teams. As much as this was a pretty close series, VIRTUS.PRO tops Group A with 2 wins, 0 losses, and moving on with 6 points into the knockout stage next week. ESB, 1 game win, 1 game loss, also moving into knockout stage. But unfortunately, again, we have to say goodbye and sayonara to KK Esports. They had a heck of a run. They held their ground, but unfortunately, it was too much for them to handle.
Yeah, Sakura and friends, they weren't able to find a point, unfortunately. Yeah, let's say goodbye to the team from Laos. again, great display. Hopefully, they learn a lot and they will be stronger in the future or in the next tournament.
Yeah. Honestly, though, this is going to be really high stakes. You want that slot into the wild card invitationals for MWI. You want that slot into EWC, a ticket to Riyadh to play for your country. And I think the Vietnamese team has really shown us, and not only us, their home team, that they are the ones to be rooting for in the Mekong region.
It's scary, right? Just based on the 2 matches alone, they pulled a lot of unique drafts as well. Unique playstyle, and I want to see more from them.
Man, this is just day number 1. There's a lot of actions to be had, a lot of upsets, a lot of mishaps, but it's only half of what we're expecting. There's more tomorrow. So, man, if you're free, just join us right on the NWI Mekong qualifiers. This has been Churros and Gani. We have had a blast in day number 1. Can't wait for tomorrow. We'll see you soon. Don't go anywhere.
See you tomorrow.
ここは俺に任せてもらった4代目他目を超える忍びはお前しかいないと俺はそう信じた
私はもっと強くなる。 背中合わせでいくわよ。
見せてやるよ、車輪ガンの本当の力をな。相変わらずやかましい奴らだ。
Tôi nói không biết này, thời buổi đừng cái tin cái gì trên mạng, các ông hiểu không? Nhưng mà thôi, không linh tinh nữa. Vào game đi, nhanh.
Nuốt 250 của tao không trôi đâu.
Tao thích.
Ngày hôm nay nợ máu phải trả bằng nước màu.
Lên đường.
Biu biu.
Go BC.
Biu biu.
Go BC.
Biu biu.
Go BC. Thôi, ông làm gì làm luôn đi. Go BC.
Thời này ai còn bem như ngoài đời thật. Muốn giải quyết mâu thuẫn hãy vào Mobile Legends.
Welcome to Mobile Legends. Bạn hết chúng nó đi anh em. Này thì mày quýnh tao này.
Chơi game là phải như thế chứ. Phải Vinisa, Legend. Bốn anh em mình Legend, Legend. Vinisa, Legend.
Nhưng mà nhớ giả bạn 250 nhé.
Minna! 渦巻きナルトが帰ってきたぞ! Kurama! 力を貸してくれ!